Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalam Ajalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, I offer my humble obeisance, my humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And I welcome each and every one of you who is joining us for this Devi Parashakti AKASHIC reading program, as we delve into her utmost compassion as she has manifested through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and guided each and every one of us through this Pralaya, the great deluge. I welcome each and every one of you who is joining us from all over the world, whether you are from a different time zone, whether you're from a different language itself, background, culture, ethnicity, every one of you who is joining us from Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or YouTube, and as well all of the celebrated Kailasians and the e-Kailasians all over the world, and those of you who are joining us from the Devalayas, Annalayas, the Goshalas, Gurukuls, and the de facto spiritual embassies all over the world. I welcome each and every one of you warmly for this sacred experience with the divine. Now, I'm sure that many of you, when you were maybe 6 or 7, even until the age of probably 15 or 16, you had an idea of what the year and the decade of 2020 would look like. Maybe you envisioned flying cars, maybe you envisioned robots or cutting edge technology like this. Perhaps you envisioned that in the year 2020, you'll have a computer assistant continuously and always with you. Perhaps you thought that space travel would be a norm. And all of these might have been your vision of what it's like to live in the decade of 2020. But when it came around to 2020, I'm sure many of us were shocked and not only did we see that our fantasy of what this decade would be like would not come true at all and was not at all the reality, but also that we were in a huge state of crisis, whether it was global warming or political and social corruption, whether it is natural calamities that are literally overtaking the strength of humanity and human intelligence, or whether it is diseases that are spreading continuously and literally bringing humanity to its knees, not at all being being merciless in the way that it is taking away lives of people. And many of us are feeling impossibility in every direction, especially when we have just entered into the ground reality of what it's like into 2020. And our fantasies and our joyful remembrances of what it would be like for 2020 are absolutely gone. And and those memories of that we had created in the 1980s and 1990s are just nostalgic memories that right now are nowhere near what is happening in reality. And I'm sure many of us do feel surrounded by so much toxicity, feeling that that the future as it was, as you had dreamed of it, is not even possible. It's at this time that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is attending to that very feeling inside of us, awakening our ultimate potential, reminding us, you are a possibility. You are a seed, not an end product, a seed, something that you have to grow, that has to mature into a sapling, that has to break through the seed, that has to mature into a sapling, that has to break through the ground, that has to grow its trunk, and then its branches, and then its leaves, and then its fruits. You are a seed right now, and you're not an end product. And this very cognition, understanding and knowing that you're a seed, is the very cognition of Paramashiva himself. And though Paramashiva has literally created the entire universe and been the source of the entire universe and all existence, still he is cognizing himself as a very seed with the possibility to expand and grow. How can we live by that potential? How can we awaken that potential? How are we able to harness that potential in order for achieving outer worldly success, whether it is financial success or whether it is in our academic career or in our jobs or our relationships, whatever it is, how do we harness that inner strength in order to manifest as an outward success? That is exactly what we will be understanding during this program today. The powerful cognitions behind, from Sanatana Hindu Dharma, behind how to manifest the reality that you want in your life, how you want to experience that reality. Sanatana Hindu Dharma has the answer for all of our prayers, requests, and in this program, you'll see how you are able to experience that in the various different ways of the solutions from Sanatana Hindu Dharma that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving, and also the very cosmic being, Devi PARASHAKTI, has introduced us and revived and brought to us as an answer today. Over the course of the last 6 to 7 months, Devi PARASHAKTI, the very primordial cosmic mother, who is the mother not only of each and every one of us, but this entire existence itself, is made herself available through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, made herself available to each and every one of us, wherever we are, whether we are stuck in traffic or whether we are sitting at home on our couch, whether we are at work or at school, no matter where we are, Devi Parashakti has let her grace, her energy, her super conscious vibration into your life. And this might be your first time being introduced to Devi Parashakti. But understand that Devi Parashakti has made herself available for each and every one of us. So now let us see who exactly Devi Parashakti is and what we're going to be experiencing today as an introduction. Parashakti, Devi, is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the cosmic mother. She is the source Shakti. It is her cosmic womb, the Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. And she is the source of the Big Bang and the black hole. Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine and the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashiva, who is the primordial divinity of Hinduism. And the first and foremost relationship is mother. The ability to learn, the ability to, even the idea to relate starts with our mother. And how to relate starts with mother. It's such an important way to connect what you think as life. In the Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware that your ability to connect with the mother should be directed towards the cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken your higher consciousness. It should inspire your higher consciousness to express through you. And it should awaken your higher consciousness. Connecting with life as the mother is the most sweetest, beautiful, and easiest form to ever connect. And today, out of his utmost compassion, incomprehensible by us human beings, and yet continuously overflowing, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti and gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing the past, present, and future, and delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Now, Devi Parashakti has been gracing each and every one of us in what is called the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So what exactly is that? Let's take a look. What is Samadhi? Sama is oneness, and Adi means source. So Samadhi means one with the source. Bhava means attitude or aspect. Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through a certain aspect. Darshan is coming face to face with the cosmos. It means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment we behold a deity, an avatar, enlightened being. As you're seeing the superconsciousness in the embodied form can cleanse lifetimes of karma and create a deep and lasting transformation in the receiver, all of us. Darshan is a powerful way to awaken the superconscious energy, and it is present around the avatar at all times. He simply radiates the darshan just as the sun continues to radiate light. Just like wherever you are, the sun as an independent existence will continuously be radiating light billions of light years away. It will still continue to radiate as much and continuously as possible. The darshan is a continuous experience around the avatar. He simply radiates it continuously. And the auspicious moment when you, the receiver, is able to catch that is what is called darshan for you, raising you to the next level of superconscious breakthrough, like literally hitting a reset button on your being. Now, there are fundamental points behind the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan that each and every one of us must understand first. First, that divine cosmic beings are real, very much real, more real, in fact, than the four walls that surround you. They manifest from KAILASA, the enlightened time-space zone, through deities and incarnations. And the Achavatara are the deities in the temples, and through the Bhava Samadhi Darshans in Nijavataras, the incarnations. The Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatara, manifesting Paramashiva, where formless, the being of Paramashiva, expresses through the Divya Sarira, the light body, and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical form or embodied form for us to experience Paramashiva. Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Raja Rajeshwari and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. We are seeing some of the examples here in photographs. The Raja Rajeshwari, and a quick fact that is unknown is that this very Raja Rajeshwari is carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And this is on the right hand side, Devi Meenakshi. And the Archavatar, reflexive consciousness and manifestation, the very being of superconscious energy. But human beings and people like you and me, we're not mature enough quite yet to receive the higher level experiences from the avatar directly. That is why the avatar comes down to bridge the gap and give us that superconscious energy in all of us. Now, Bhava Samadhi Darshan is actually the awakening of the Kundalini Shakti, a latent potential energy which resides inside of all of us. The influx of superconscious energy can do many things, but one of the two prominent ones are visibly slowing down the aging process and also improving immunity to disease. And we've had so many researchers, we have had experiments, people who are extremely fascinated by the science, volunteer for doing experiments and for seeing the tangibility of the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan, science of initiation. And in these, we have seen that the whole brain literally comes alive during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan and turning it into a superconductor of conscious energies that literally heal, empower, and transform our lives. And you'll be able to experience this with just the darshan, which is simple initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a time when our neurons mirror that of the avatar. Mirror neurons. Mirroring is a physiological phenomenon that scientists have seen activate and process all observed movements or information of the people and places around you. So that means that if you're watching the darshan of the avatar, you'll literally be able to imbibe that superconscious energy. The same functionalities in the neurons in the brain of the avatar will be mirrored exactly in you, no matter the distance that you are. And that is, so the entire body can silently and without moving receive what is happening elsewhere. And experience the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. And also, Devi Parashakti has been giving us a chance to ask questions so that she will access and she will read out from the AKASHIC records and literally manifest what we want into reality. But what are AKASHIC readings? AKASHIC readings are not a prediction as you might think. It is a reading from a cosmic archives. Beyond space, the dimension of space, the actions of creation and destruction happen simultaneously. And the dimension of time is only where the past, present, and future actually exist. And because Akashic records are stored in Akasha, space dimension, there is no past, no present, and no future. That is why everything, the past, present, and future, whatever you think that might be, is already clearly recorded in the Akashic records. And Devi Parashakti literally just reads that out to you, gives you access, tells you what it might be. And she has the power to literally manifest, create the reality that you want, wipe out your past, present, and future, and simply give the reality which you want to you. Yes, let's go on. So now we're going to move into the introduction to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is the very being whom we're all able to, through whom we're all able to experience these divine cosmic beings in a very, very real way. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilization. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are esteemed enlightened beings and adepts and most influential in the spiritual field in the 21st century. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities as a lifestyle for humanity. And these are a couple of points of the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Of course, not at all a summary, but just a brief glimpse into his biggest contributions to the whole world. And among those are reviving the indigenous kingdoms of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the present 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, or the Pontiff of KAILASA Shamalapita Sarvagnapitam, which is the oldest Hindu papal state and monastic kingdom where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived the religious activities as well as the social spiritual activities and protected this ancient heritage that the world does not even know about. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the official present 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, serving to revive this Adinam, this ancient Hindu kingdom, in order for the great science of the Madurai Adinam to be protected and to serve and continue to contribute to the world. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is declared as a successor of the Arunachala Sarvagnapitam by the Guru Parampara and founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive Kailasa internationally at the age of 21 in 1999. You can see a couple of the photographs of that rare time in this slide. And as well founded Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapitam, and you can see the consecration of the land of Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapitam, which was once a dense forest, but today a sprawling city for enlightenment. And declared as the successor of Bhagyanagara Sripura Sarvagnapitam, as you can see here. The incumbent emperor of the Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam, the reviver of the Adi Pallava Sarvagnapitam in 2007, and coronated as the successor of the Kashi Sarvagnapitam, and as well officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar, or the supreme spiritual head of the Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order, the youngest Mahamandaleshwar at age 35. And coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tanjavur Adinam at age 36. And as well, the Tiruvarur Adinam, the Vedaranyam Adinam, and the Panchanadikulam Adinam. In these Adinams, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the social spiritual activities, the religious activities, and protecting these great heritages that were historically the Adinams that had been serving the whole civilization. And now the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam. You can see the lineage here until the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Adipita Koladha Mutt. The Koladha Mutt is one of the ancient kingdoms, the Hindu kingdoms in Karnataka state, and one of the most ancient kingdoms in India itself. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders. And you can see here the pictures of the Atirudra Mahayaga, which is the event where the leaders of Hinduism had congregated and declared unanimously the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as Bhagavan, the incarnation of Paramashivoham. Today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the most prolific, viewed, watched guru in the digital world, read and viewed by 1 billion plus followers in Hinduism. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is leading the world's greatest digital Hindu nation with more than 1 billion lives enriched and billions of lives enriched. And with 27 years of relentless, tireless humanitarian services and initiatives, including free vegetarian food bank, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, and conflict resolution, as well as sustainable Hindu practices offered through various international agencies and bodies. And authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. You can visit www.books.nithyananda.org in order to have access to this goldmine of spiritual knowledge absolutely for free. You can visit once again. It'll look like the screenshots which are there on the slide. And also you can see a couple of example languages if you understand English. You can have English, but also several other languages that are available. And also over 20 million copies of these books have been sold, read, and downloaded. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books available for humanity, and reviving the ancient scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And over 10,000 hours of discourses, over 1 billion views on social media. And is well respected as a commentator of all sacred scriptures such as the Upanishad, the Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, the Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, and the Jain Sutras. And is well honored as a leader of Hinduism, the most awarded internationally recognized Hindu leader with official recognition from even the United States Senate, as well as the United States House of Representatives, and as well having represented all the Hindu nations and 2 billion Hindus all over the world, and acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential personalities by Watkins Mind, Body, Spirit magazine. The reviver of the sovereign order of KAILASA, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and the Hindu diaspora who are working for global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. The establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world with satellite campuses in 150 countries. And the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystems. And finally, the establisher, reviver of over 100 Sarvagnapitas, the temple enlightenment ecosystems. Now this comes to a conclusion of this glimpse into the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which is literally a saga of contribution, sacrifice, of compassion, and just a simple act of healing for the whole universe, the whole humanity, and each and every one of us. So with this, we're now coming to a conclusion of this whole segment, and we'll be moving on into the next segment. I'd like to remind the viewers for just a few things. If you'd like to become an e-Kailasian today, you've just seen the amount of work the Swamiji has done for reviving Kailasa. You can become a part by becoming an e-Kailasian. You can go to kailasa.org and sign up. If you'd like to also, you can make sure that you are following on all of the social media channels like YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter, and Facebook. The handles of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are available on your screen. And as well, you can, if you feel inspired to become a part of the revival work that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing, you can always become a part of the revival and contribute in whatever form you'd like to. You can contribute your time, talent, and treasure. If you'd like to donate today, you can do so through the YouTube Super Chat, or you can donate through the e-Hundi. E-Hundi is a way that you can donate, become a part of the revival of the work of the revival of the temple ecosystem, the enlightenment ecosystem that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing. And you'll be able to see how amazing, how inspiring a future with Kailasa, the nation, the Hindu nation, is going to be. And you can be proud to be a part. So with this, we'll now be moving on into the next segment of today's program, and we'll be right back with you after a quick break.
We get you help. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become KAILASIan.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. KAILASA is responsible to provide that to all human beings. KAILASA is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years.
Nithyananda, welcome back after that quick break. Now we're going to be entering into the introduction for the Shaktis, for the extraordinary power demonstration, so the manifestation of extraordinary Shaktis. How does it work actually? And what's the process? How can we have it? What are the qualifications? Let's have a breakdown of all of these things and understand it before we go into directly the demonstration. So the Balasans and the Nithyananda yogis, the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will now, just in a short time, be demonstrating the powers of third eye and sharing with all the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation of divine powers awakened in us through Diksha, initiation. Initiation by none other than the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the incarnation of Paramashiva himself. And today we're going to be demonstrating for each and every one of you the powers of third eye, specifically the power of body scanning. And we'll also be receiving initiation. And initiation is a powerful process of spiritual awakening, and the awakening of the third eye. Third eye is a cosmic browsing center located between the eyebrows, which upon initiation, one can effortlessly express powers and see through the third eye just as you would through the two eyes. And today we're going to be manifesting for any one of you the power of body scanning. If you already know what this is, and perhaps you even came here just in order to have this power, I'm sure there's many people who are waiting for this time every day for that. You can go ahead and comment now, and the Nithyananda yogis who will be joining us shortly will be able to body scan you. So you don't have to reveal any of your ailments or illnesses or what you want to have a spiritual solution for, but you can just say that I would like to have a body scan and I give my consent. You can just give your consent in the form of a message on our chat, and we will give a body scan for you. So now, before that, let us enter into finding out what are Shaktis exactly. So there's fundamental differences between Shaktis and Siddhis. Siddhis are something that you might have seen already. You might have seen YouTube videos that have gone viral of people expressing Siddhis, different kinds of Siddhis. But there's a fundamental difference between Siddhis and Shaktis. And each and every person on spiritual path and delving into the spiritual powers in the realm of this powerful energy needs to know these differences. Shaktis are expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. Shaktis are a source of enlightenment. And Siddhis, however, on the other hand, are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path towards enlightenment. And some more differences are that the Siddhis are not necessarily permanent. They might go and come, as your penance also has in its results, its fruits have tendency to waver as well. And the Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after initiation from the avatar. You need initiation. And while Shaktis are on the path of enlightenment, Siddhis might even divert you from enlightenment. And this is a fundamental difference that you need to know as you're entering into manifesting these Shaktis. Shaktis and Siddhis are very different, and Shaktis are not Siddhis. What is the source exactly of these Shaktis? Answer is quite simply Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is the self-effulgent, the Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchangeable beyond time, space, form, and causality, as the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence. He performs the Panchakritya, the 5 cosmic acts: Shrishti, creation; Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance; Samhara, rejuvenation; Trobhava, pulling out of delusion; and Anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities. Yes, And we are the blessed ones who are in the presence, even if it is digitally, of the avatar of Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. And ever since the beginning of civilization, Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a religion, culture, ethnicity, and all of the above has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers was lived and practiced as a lifestyle. It was taught by the avatars and initiated. And for the first time in the modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking, never accomplished before manner. And the knowledge and science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through initiation by enlightened gurus. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized since the very birth, the very advent itself, at the very end, then subsequently trained, taught, imbibed, and has lived in the ecosystem where the sciences of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, of this power manifestation, and its repositories were made available in order for Swamiji to revive today continuously. So those sciences include Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, and Advaita, Paramashivoham, and Paramashivoham. So these are just a few of the sciences that are in hundreds and thousands of different types and categories. That all was available, perhaps in its last string, in Tiruvannamalai, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism happened in the year 1978. And you can see a couple of the great enlightened beings who surrounded the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism throughout his upbringing until such a time happened when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had boldly taken up the revival of Kailasa. And the success of Kailasa had begun. So some of them are including Annamalai Swamigal, Kanchi Paramacharya, Yogi Ram Surat Kumar, Sri Tiruchu Swami, Jnananandagiri, the 230th Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tondai Mandalam Adinan, and many others. So now, how can we awaken these divine powers inside of us? What's the science behind it? How does it happen? Let's understand that. The powers are awakened inside of you through a very, very highly powerful process called initiation. And every ultimate truth or jnana mapped into your consciousness, prajna, manifests as a possibility and a power of every being, prajnana. That's why every single time that you have a breakthrough, have a powerful cognition, it manifests in some way as a power. The science of power manifestation is authenticated through four aspects of evidence. One is the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana is the eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. The highest powerful cognitions and the Apta Pramana are the experiences and results of Aptas, or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who time-tested and made foolproof the science. And as well, the Atma Pramana is the account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, where he has lived and stood as a testimony that this science is able to manifest to the human body, even in the modern day, and as well, he's able to manifest it through millions of people. And finally, the Pratyaksha Pramana is the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So now let us understand what is exactly the power of body scanning. Yes, so All the powers are sourced from the Vedagamas. Vedas are ultimate superior authority of Hindus, and Vedas are pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology and the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Vedagamas are given the status of Shruti, as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva, and they are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. And a reference cited from the Shastras or the source scriptures is called the Shastra Pramana. So now, let's see about the power of body scanning. This power is a power where you can, with the power of third eye, see all of the various different ailments, the diseases, the medically diagnosed issues that you might be suffering from at any point in your life, either now or even a year before or some time before. And also in the power of body scanning, the Nithyananda yogis can provide solutions through the awakened third eye. So now let's chant the power of body scanning. The scriptural reference for the power of body scanning. Svadehi jagato vapi sukshma tarani cha tattvani yane nilayam dhadvante vyajjate para. This means Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, the Svadeha, or the whole universe, simultaneously consist of an essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts and the ultimate universal divine power. Paradevi, Adi Shakti, is revealed. The supreme power manifestation happens. And the Apta Pramana of the power of body scanning. Terayar was the Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agastya Muni, one of the Saptarishis. One day, a man suffering from a severe headache came to Agastya for healing, and Agastya used the power of body scanning and identified the root cause of the headache he was having. He revealed that there was a small type of frog, or what is called as a tere, inside this person's brain. And Agastya immediately instructed the Terayar, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed, the person is healed and cured of the headache. And this is how the Terayar had the name as Terayar. And as well, we have the Atma Pramana. Swamiji, of course, being avatar, had always been able to manifest this power of body scanning in the most powerful way, literally blowing the minds of so many people with whom he is able to diagnose correctly without having them say or give any kind of hint or clue of what that person is going through, even from a very young age. And also healing so many millions of people from their diseases, their ailments as well. And the example we have here is when Swamiji had used the power of body scanning on himself. And it says, on the 22nd of December, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had revealed how Swamiji uses the power of body scanning. And this is on himself. So only Swamiji said, this is paraphrased, only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through the body scanning, I found out what the problem was, the imbalances that had happened, and where the balance had to be done. And Swamiji says, I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings. Yes. And finally, there's been so many different Sakshi Pramana, the people who have been manifesting these powers successfully. And these are a couple of the sharings that they have posted in social media. Yes. We have Shankarji, who is also telling us Nithyananda Ma, yesterday's body scan of Ma Neelam Aditya Sharma. whatever scene, I got to verify with her, and she said she could remember an incident with her father when she was young. Very, very nice. Yeah, thank you so much for coming back and sharing. And this goes out to say to all the viewers how these body scannings are actually so verifiable and accurate in a way that people would never have imagined. And just the remembrance of such an incident, I'm sure, would bring so much of healing to Ma, and she can simply come out of whatever she's going through. Now, if you would like body scanning, you can also go and comment in the comment section. This is a privilege and an opportunity that you can do for any one of the members of the YouTube channel. If you would like to become a member, you can go ahead and do that now by clicking join, and you can become a member of KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And this is also at a very minimal cost, so you don't have to worry about it at all. You can just become a member and you can have a body scan. Yes, thank you, Shankaraya, for commenting. We'll have we'll have the Nithyananda yogis joining us shortly, and thank you, Aya, for commenting. And you'll have the body scan shortly. And anyone else who would like to have a body scan can leave a comment right now below. And we'll be right back after a few minutes and joined by the Nithyananda yogis in order to manifest and demonstrate this powerful view.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become KAILAShians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything.
Nithyanandam, and welcome back, dear viewers, for our next session where we are going to be demonstrating to you the power of body scanning. So, we have one of our viewers who has requested Shankar Girme. He's saying, today I want to request for a scan for Sunita Sharma and tell us how is her baby in the stomach and tell us the gender of the baby. She has given consent. Shankaraya, we can scan the body, but in terms of telling the gender, that is something that you probably have to ask in Akashic reading. That's not something that we do through the body scanning. But definitely, I can scan her body and see what the third eye reveals for Ma Sunita's body. Thank you, Aya. Thank you for messaging that she has given the consent. And if you would like to know the gender, that is something that you can, whenever we have the live Akashic readings, you can ask in the Akashic readings about the gender of the baby and as such. But in terms of the health and in terms of seeing how the mother is doing, I can definitely scan and see what comes up here. So I'll be chanting the Mahavakyam, which is a password to experience the space of oneness with Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and from the space of oneness, connecting through the third eye and seeing what the third eye reveals for Ma Sunita Sharma. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Yes. So Shankar Gimire Aya, the what the third eye revealed for Ma Sunita Sharma is that she is doing well. Aya, her health is good. She sometimes gets an headache, like a slight headache. That is nothing to worry about. There's nothing serious that she needs to worry about. It's just like as she is pregnant and as a new life is growing in her, it is basically some kind of side effect of that, but she doesn't need to worry. And one of the things that the third eye also suggested Aya for Ma Sunita Sharma is to chant the Mahavakya and constantly just be in that space where the Mahavakya chanting, especially with Swamiji's voices, we have it on YouTube, is for her to just play that sound vibration, and she will really have a very high conscious soul being born to her. A very high conscious evolved soul will be born to her as her child, and the divine child will be born to her. Just she should be in the hearing the Mahavakya chanting continuously. These are the two things that came up for Sunita Sharma. Yeah? So you can please check with her, and you can revert back in the chat. In the meanwhile, we have one more person, Metaphysical Mother. So Ma, we just do a basic scanning. Metaphysical Mother, if you can put your right name, Ma, maybe it looks like it's a YouTube name. So if you can put your name in the chat, what is your name? And typically we do not scan a specific thing. What we do is we just do a body scanning and see what the body scanning reveals. So we do not scan like a specific organ as such, as you have requested. So I would be doing, if you're okay, I can do a full body scan and see what the third eye reveals for you. So if you can just put your name, and if you can put your your full name, and if you're okay with me doing a full body scan, I can do that. And Shankar Gimre, yeah, you can definitely check and revert back with Ma Sunita Sharma what was revealed, what the third eye revealed for her. And dear viewers, every day around this time, around 2:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time, we do a live body scanning. We do a live demonstration of the powers, and we do a body scanning. So you can come and participate. All you have to do is come and comment in the YouTube live chat, and we will be doing performing a body scanning for you. Okay, so we have Haley Cohen. Haley Cohen is requesting for a body scan. Haley Cohen, can you confirm if I can go ahead with a full body scan for you? Instead of specific parts which you had requested, if I can go for, yes, okay, she has confirmed. So I'll be doing a body scan for Haley Cohen, and let's see what the third eye reveals. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes. Okay, so for Haley Cohen, ma, what the third eye revealed for you is you are putting a lot of like when you are working on something and when you are working on a project or any kind of a work, a lot of stress you're putting in the face. Like even in this area, exactly in this area, when you are concentrating on something, this area you get a lot of like you put so much of pressure. And what happens is exactly like in the convergence of all the three eyes, this area you're putting a lot of pressure and you feel it like a headache. And it's basically a stress and you're trying to put pressure more than stress. It's like you're trying to put pressure on that area and your whole face becomes like kind of very stressed out when you work, when you do something. That's one thing that the third eye revealed. And the second thing that the third eye also revealed is in terms of your chest area and upper body, you're very rigid. Like, you kind of hold it very tightly, very rigid, and that's related to some of the incidents that happened to you in childhood, where some kind of you experienced incidents where you were not treated well properly. I didn't want to reveal the whole details, but some kind of an incident that happened in your childhood where you're just holding yourself very tightly inside, and your whole chest area you feel like it's very tight, and your whole upper body you are holding on to it in a very tightly. That is what the third eye revealed, Haley Cohen. If you can please respond back in the chat if you were able to connect with what the third eye revealed for you. And yoga will really help you. Just doing yoga, we have the Prathama Vinyasa Krama, the 108 yogasanas, as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is called Nithyananda Yoga Prathama Vinyasa Krama in YouTube. It's freely available. So you can just play that and you can learn the yoga, especially the yoga, the 108 sequence as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff can really help you. So Shankar Aya has gotten back saying, okay, ma, we'll do the Mahavakya chanting for her. She has verified that she has headache sometimes, as said in the scan. Okay, beautiful. So the person that I scanned earlier, Sharma Ji, has confirmed that she does experience some headache sometimes, as revealed in the scan. Beautiful. And Haley ma, if you can also respond back in the chat, if you were able to relate with what the third eye revealed for you. And Murali Krishna has requested, please scan my son that he grinds teeth at night. You got his consent. Okay. And before I start the scanning of, yes, let me scan Murali Krishna Aya's son and then I'll come back. Haley Cohen is just responding on the chat. I'll scan Murali Krishna Aya's son now. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So, Murali Krishna, what the third eye revealed for your son is, not sure how old he is, but the grinding of the teeth is a side effect of a root pattern that he is either having from this birth, or it could also be from the previous birth, that the pattern that he has been carrying, and that is some kind of a, what do you call, the anger, some kind of an anger is getting triggered in him, and he is the grinding of the teeth. The third eye revealed the grinding of the teeth is a result of that. Completion can help. I'm not sure if he's above 7 years of age. It could be from this in this life, or it could be from the previous birth also. But really, completion can help. And if you can just start based on how old he is, if you can start teaching him that sense of completion, and as he just gets grounded in completion, that will automatically go away. Yeah. So it is just something that he is holding on to, or he is expressing it by grinding his teeth, but the root is some kind of an anger pattern sitting inside him. Yeah. That's what the third eye revealed. If you can please respond back in the chat. So in the meanwhile, we have Haley Cohen has come back for her scan saying, yes, not true. You are right. What is the name of the yoga? I'm not having headaches, but kind of a pressure. You do feel a pressure. Yes. So the name of the yoga is Nithyananda Yoga. You search on YouTube for Nithyananda Yoga. And Pratama Vinyasa Krama. I don't know whether if you will be able to type the Sanskrit words, but if you can just search for Nithyananda Yoga, and you will actually see a yoga video which is 1 hour and 15 minutes long, and it's actually 108 yoga sequence. So you can do that now. That will really, really help you. That is the 108 yoga sequence designed by Swamiji himself. And this video is uploaded on the main SPH Nithyananda channel. So go for a Nithyananda Yoga, search in the main SPH Nithyananda channel, and you will get this video. Yes. So Murali Krishnaya, if you can come back and you can respond in the chat for the scanning area. So with this, we have come to the conclusion of this round. Every day we do the power of demonstration of the power of third eye in every day at 2:30 a.m. Indian Standard Time, and also in the evening at 4:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. So either time you can come and you can get the revelation of the third eye. So with this, we come to the conclusion of this round. We will now be moving on to the next segment of the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program after a very short break. Let's take a very short break, and we'll be moving on to the next segment of the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become KAILAShians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. you will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. KAILASA is responsible to provide that to all human beings. KAILASA is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home, without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers. And we're going to be entering into the next segment. I hope that each and every one of you who has participated in the body scanning was able to have the body scanning, was able to really have the benefit, experience the benefit, and experience a new level of healing, which perhaps you will not be able to get anywhere else. So if you have missed the body scanning, if you perhaps you wanted to, but you came in a little bit too late, you can always ask for body scanning. At the same time, every day we do have this segment, and you'll be able to ask for the body scanning, and we will be able to body scan you. The Nithyananda yogis will be able to body scan. So please do come back and ask. And once again, this is a thing that we offer exclusively for the members of the YouTube channel. So you can become a member today and ensure that you can be and have a body scanning if you'd like to. So yes. Now let's enter into the next segment on introducing ourselves to Devi Parashakti. And as I was saying before, Devi Parashakti has been manifesting through the supreme pontiff of Hinduism, the energy of the most ultimate compassion, the cosmic mother, through the supreme pontiff of Hinduism every single day. And over the course of the last couple of months, we've been having the darshan of Devi Parashakti continuously. And not only has Devi Parashakti attended the whole humanity, guided us, but also she has given us individual prayer requests. She has helped each and every one of us individually. And many people have not even been connected before. We're not even followers of Swamiji, but only through just having this divine intervention in their life, they were able to suddenly get connected. And this program being offered, specifically the AKASHIC reading, their lives completely transformed now. So let us just be introduced briefly to Devi Parashakti. Who is Devi Parashakti? And then we'll be proceeding into the next segments of today's program. Yes, now we'll chant the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti. Sinduraruna vigraham trinayanamanhikyamaulis purat taranayaka shekaram smitamuki mapina vakshoruham panepyamalipurna ratna chashakam raktotpala bibratim somyam ratna gatasta ratna charanam dhyayet paramambikam. And this verse means the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in vermilion red body with triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. Now the next Dhyana Shloka. These Dhyana Shlokas are from the Lalita Sahasranamam. Yes, now. Arunam karuna tarangitakshim dhritapasham kusha pushpabana chapam animadibiravrtam mayuke rahamityeva vibhavaye bhavani. And it means, I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. Excuse me. And she holds the noose, the goad, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides, but by power. And she is the self within me. And this, once again, is from the Lalita Sahasranam. And exactly in this description, Devi Parashakti has manifested for all of us, giving this darshan with holding the noose and the goad, the bow, the arrow, everything is exactly how Devi Parashakti appears. And we have the darshan through the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is and it's from her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source where the big bang in the black hole goes on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power, from which all of us have come, in which all of us are in even now, and which all of us are going to merge. And out of her extreme love, compassion, which is incomprehensible and yet continuously overflowing, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form of the Supreme Pontifical Hinduism, gracing us, answering all of our questions and attending to our prayers, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Now, in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, as she appeared before us, as described in the scriptures herself, she has revealed once again her source of creation itself, saying, raising as Omkara, expressing as the Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Srimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in the 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is Kailasa Sri Pura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani Meenakshi, as Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranya Garbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramoli, Rapala, Aparana, Uma Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With a great compassion, I am blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. Parashakti continues, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva. Shiva manifesting as the source of existence, the powers of existence, the expression of existence. From the oneness of Om, blossoming as two, as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha and Kriya and Jnana Shakti, growing as the four Vedas, expanding as 5 Panchabhutas, beyond the 6 chakras, filled as the Gotras as 7 rishis, expanding as 8 directions, existing as 9 grahas, blossoming as 10 indriyas, and being as the 11 rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life, and to tell and make truth blossom, to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. Now, we have heard from Devi Parashakti, we've been introduced. How can we exactly receive Devi Parashakti in the best way possible? Swamiji beautifully tells us, literally, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there in your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 2 betel nut, 1 banana, and a coin in front of the screen. And watch Devi. Coin is considered traditional dakshina. In the Hindu tradition, it can be the lowest value. In India, it can even be 1 paise. In the USA, it can even be a cent. Swamiji says, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent. It is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. And in India, 1 paise is even okay. And you can offer that to Devi after the darshan is over, do the namaskar and eat the banana, the betel leaf, and the betel nut, and take it as prasadam immediately. You can collect the coins and send it to the Kailasa in Los Angeles, the LA temple. And this betel leaf, the betel nut, all might look really small, but in a few days, you will see how much it really adds to your sentiment. She is there. Really, she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. And rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality, lifestyle, and remind and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. Yes. So now, as you can see here, these are a couple of examples. You have the banana, the betel leaf, the betel nut, the coin, as you wish, you can offer. There's also a couple of optional items. You can always offer the coconut and some flowers. If you'd like to, you can offer the red bangles and the red vastram, which are things that traditionally are offered to Devi Parashakti. But of course, the 4 items that Swamiji said are the items that are required. So just this can do so much in starting a transformation inside of you. And you'll be able to see how just that can snowball affect so much more in your life. So now let us enter into the next segment and see a little bit more about what Devi Parashakti has revealed. Today, we want to share with each and every one of you some of the most gruesome details of our Hindu persecution that has happened over the course of 5,000 years, and what Devi Parashakti has revealed as a strong message to every Hindu that we, each and every one of us, has to stand up and realize. We'll do all this and understand a little bit more today after a quick break.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become KAILAShians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. KAILASA is responsible to provide that to all human beings. KAILASA is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
What I mean,
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all the viewers. And now we're going to be entering into the next segment of today's program. We'd like to take this opportunity and we'd like to share on this platform with all the viewers one of the revelations of Devi Parashakti, which was one of the strongest messages that she has given thus far over the course of 6 to 7 months, continuously giving the AKASHIC readings. A strong message for no one else but the Hindus all over the world. In order to take responsibility, reclaim our Hindu identity, and stand up for Hinduism. After a 5,000-year Hindu Holocaust, this is the time we must stand if we care at all for the future of Hinduism and for the future generations, not just for Hinduism, but humanity and the world itself. So in this segment, we're going to be going over those details. We're going to be seeing exactly what Devi Parashakti revealed and how we each Hindus need to stand up. And today, joining with me in this segment is Manitya Priyananda, and both of us together will be sharing with you some of the details of the Hindu Holocaust.
Yes. So first, let us listen to what Devi Parashakti has revealed as a sacred secret of Hindu birth and what is the responsibility of Hindus.
Yes.
நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள். உன் கேள்விக்கு உன்மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன் உத்திரம். கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை பிறப்பிலா பெருமை உடைய பரமேஸ்வரி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். அண்டஜம், யோனிஜம், ஜலஜம், பீஜம் எனும் 4 விதமான பிறவிகளில் 84,000 யோனிகளில் பிறக்கும் பிறப்புகளிலேயே பெருமை வாய்ந்ததும் உத்தமமானதும் மனிதப் பிறவி. அந்த மனிதப் பிறவியிலும் பலமுறை பிறந்து உழன்று அரசியல், பொருளாதாரம், சுகபோகம், தர்மம், அர்த்தம், காமம் எனும் ஆசைகள், துக்கங்கள், அச்சங்கள் அனைத்திலும் அழன்று உழன்று இனி வேண்டாம் இப்பிறவி, வேண்டுவது மோட்சமே என்று முடிவெடுத்தோர்க்கு மட்டுமே ஹிந்து மத யோனிஜம், ஹிந்து பெற்றோர்க்கு பிறந்திடும் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம், மனித பிறவி உத்தமம், சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித பிறவி உத்தமோத்தமம். இந்த உத்தமோத்தம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோருக்கும் ஜீவன் முக்த விஞ்ஞானத்தையும் சனாதன தர்மத்தையும் காக்கின்ற கடமையும் உண்டு. அதனால் வருகின்ற நன்மையெல்லாம் அனுபவிக்கும் உரிமையும் உண்டு. இந்த கடமையை செய்வோம் என்று சத்தியம் செய்ததனால்தான் அந்த உரிமை அளிக்கப்பட்டது. பூமிக்கு வந்தபின் மனம் மயங்கி மதிமயங்கி சனாதன தர்மம் காக்க மறந்ததனால் மாயை அவர்கள் உயிரை பறிக்கின்றாள். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மத்தை காப்போம் என்று உறுதி எடுத்தவர்க்கே சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம் அளிக்கின்றேன் யான். உடல் பெற்ற பிறகு ஊழிப் பெருவலியால் ஆசை அச்சங்களை உதறவிடாது, உதறியும் விடாது சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்தோரை உயிர் வாழத் தகுதியில்லாதவர் பட்டியலில் உடனடியாய் மாயை சேர்க்கின்றாள். அதனால் ராட்சசர்களும் அசுரர்களும் தானாகவே இவர்கள் உயிரை எடுக்கின்றார். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மம் காப்போம் என்று நிற்பவர்க்கு நிலைத்திடும் வீரஸ்வர்க்கமும் கைலாச பதவியும், எக்காரணம் கொண்டும் தர்மம் காக்க மறந்த உத்தமோத்தம ஜனனமான சனாதன ஹிந்து ஜனனம் பெற்ற மக்களுக்கு இல்லை வேறு கதி. சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித ஜனனம் உத்தமோத்தம மனித ஜனனம். உங்கள் உரிமை உலகில் அதிகம், உங்களுக்கு கடமையும் உலகில் பெரிது. தர்மம் காத்தாலே கடமை, தர்மம் காக்காதார்க்கு உயிர் வாழும் உரிமை இல்லை. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உத்தமோத்தம பிறவியான சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்கள் வாழ்வின் முதற்கடமை தர்மம் காத்தல். தர்மம் காக்க தர்மம் உங்களை காக்கும். சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்திட்டால் வாழும் உரிமையை நீங்கள் இழந்து விடுகின்றீர்கள். அதற்கு மேல் வாழ்ந்தென்ன அழிந்தென்ன? பூமிக்கு பாரம் குறையட்டும் என்று அசுரர்களும் ராட்சதர்களும் உங்களை உண்டு தீர்க்கின்றார்கள். அதையும் மாயை கண்டு சும்மாவிருப்பாள். பிரபஞ்ச ரகசியத்தை, பிறவியின் ரகசியத்தை உலகிற்கெல்லாம் உத்தரமாய்ச் சொல்லிவிட்டேன். புரிந்து வாழ்வில் நடந்து உயிரை பத்திரமாய் பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அன்னை சொல்லும் அருள் சத்தியம் இது. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Now let us see what Devi Parashakti has said, what she revealed to us in English. Listen, Andhajam, Yonijam, Jalajam, Bijam. Like this, in 4 types of births in 840,000 yonis. In all of these births, the most greatest birth of them all is the human birth.
Even in that human birth, being born and toiled many times, after getting burnt and toiled in politics, in finance, in luxuries, in dharma, artha, kama.
And those who decided of not wanting this birth, wanting only moksha, only those will have the Hindu Dharma Yonijam, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam of being born to Hindu parents.
Human birth is uttamam, the best. Sanatana Hindu Dharma human birth is uttamottamam, the best of the best.
And everyone who is Uttamottama birth has the responsibility of protecting the science of living enlightenment and Sanatana Dharma.
And also they have the right of experiencing its benefits. This right was given to them because of their commitment given by them to do this responsibility.
After coming to Bhuloka, by getting mentally deluded and forgetting the Dharma of protecting Sanatana Dharma, Maya, she is taking away all their souls.
Understand carefully, I am giving the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam only for those who gave the commitment of protecting Sanatana Hindu Dharma, even by giving their life.
And after getting the body because of painful deluge, not dropping fear and greed, for those who forgot to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Maya, she will immediately add them all to the list of those who are not worthy of living.
Therefore, Rakshasas and Asuras are automatically taking away their life. Understand properly, for those who stand that even by giving their life, they will protect Dharma, will permanently have Virasvarga in KAILASA Padavi.
And for any reason, people who forgot to protect Dharma, having the Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth, there is no other way for them.
Sanatana Hindu Dharma human birth is Uttamottama human birth. Your rights in this world are immense. Also, your responsibility in this world is large. Protecting Dharma is responsibility.
Those who do not protect Dharma, they will not have the right to live. Understand properly, all those who took the Uttamottama birth, which is Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth, all of you understand.
The first responsibility of your life is protecting Dharma. If you protect Dharma, Dharma will protect you. If you forget to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you lose the right of living.
And after that, what bothers whether you live or get destroyed? Asuras and Rakshasas will eat you so that the burden on earth is reduced. And seeing that Maya, she will keep quiet.
Now, let us understand what is exactly the responsibility of Hindus as revealed by Devi Parashakti and why we need a Hindu nation. Hinduism represents the world's most ancient yet progressive indigenous spiritual tradition. It is an open framework model of civilization that stands for global peace, vegetarianism, nonviolence, yoga, the worship of nature, temple-based living, manifesting spiritual powers, and the inherent divinity of every being.
And we Hindus must remind ourselves that the Hindu nations that once were ecosystems where more and more enlightened beings could be produced, so that enlightened civilization could be kept alive and its great gifts shared with the world.
So now let us look at some of the references of Hindu nations from our Hindu scriptures, some of the most famous Hindu nations which many of us have heard of. The first Hindu nation that we'll look at is the Rama Raja, the Hindu nation ruled by Bhagavan Rama, and it's described in the Valmiki Ramayana. There were no widows to lament, nor there was any danger from wild animals, nor any fear born of diseases. The world was bereft of thieves and robberies. No one felt worthless, nor did old people perform obsequies concerning youngsters. Every creature felt pleased. Everyone was intent on virtue. Turning their eyes towards Rama alone, creatures did not kill one another. And it continues on. People survived for thousands of years with thousands of their progeny, all free of illness and grief. The trees there were bearing flowers and fruits regularly without any injury by pests and insects. The clouds were raining in time, and the wind was delightful to the touch. Every caste was performing their own duties, satisfied with their own work, and bereft of any greed. People were intent on virtue and lived without telling lies. All people were endowed with excellent characteristics. All were engaged in virtue.
And there's more references. For example, the Hastinapur kingdom ruled by Yudhishthira, which is recorded in the Srimad Mahabharata in the Ashwamedhika Parva. It says that Devas granted rains to fulfill all wants. The world became free of all disease. There was no hunger or thirst anywhere, and there was no mental suffering. Those without livelihood were given livelihood, and there was abundance all around. There was no worldly worries left for anyone, and there was no cause to fear either. Happiness on earth was, in fact, even greater than in the heavens.
So you can see that the very standard of the success of these kingdoms was far different from what we look at today. Happiness, free from mental suffering, free of hunger or thirst, were all of the measures of success for these ancient Hindu kingdoms, which is far different from what we, the modern world, are experiencing today. And this is not just one Hindu kingdom or a one-off standard, but this was across the board. Hindu kingdoms were ruled by dharma, and this was the success of these kingdoms, that each person in the kingdom had their own fulfillment, had their own livelihood, and each person experienced prosperity in their own way.
Yes, that's a good point. And also, I'd also like to bring out the fact that many of these things, in fact, as we were saying, Mapunapriya, the happiness, no mental suffering, free from hunger, actually reminded me immediately of the sustainable UN Sustainable Development Goals. Many of the things that we are striving for today, that we have the ambition for solving, the world problems that we have for solving, are actually what we had lived in the Hindu civilization. So obviously, for our modern day problems, Hindu civilization would have the solution. And not only that, it had so much of contribution in every single field. Enlightenment, health, medicine, art, science, technology, even aviation, dance and music, clothes and jewelry, and of course the social system, judicial system, the political system, the legal system. In every single way, Hindus have so much to contribute to the world. And in every single field, we also have the solutions from problems that might be there.
Yes, and many of these contributions from our Hindu nations are still very much relevant today. Each breakthrough that the Hindu nations gave in the ancient times are still very much relevant in today's time, whether it's in the fields of enlightenment, art, or medicine. Many of these breakthroughs are still used today.
Yes, exactly. But of course, that is not how we're living today. We're living in a world that is far distant from the perfect, from the perfect reality that Hindu civilization once was. How exactly did that come down to what it is today? And why are we living in the state that we are today, where Hinduism is a dying population and the future generation is outrightly disrespecting and leaving and not practicing Hinduism?
Yes. So, as many of us may have heard, Hinduism went through a three-phase destruction over the course of 1,000 years. And this started with the Islamic invasions and was followed by the British occupation and finally after secularization. So now let us look at this three-phase destruction. So as we said, the first phase of the destruction of the Hindu civilization came with the Islamic invasions between 800 and 1700 AD. This was the physical destruction of the Hindu civilization, and Will Durant, a famous historian who has studied India and the Hindu civilization, has described that the Mohammedan conquest of India is probably the bloodiest story in history. The Islamic historians and scholars have recorded with great glee and pride the slaughters of Hindus, forced conversions, abduction of Hindu women and children to slave markets, and the destruction of Hindu temples carried out by the warriors of Islam during 800 to 1700 AD. Millions of Hindus were converted to Islam by sword during this period, and millions more were raped, murdered, and dismembered. So you can see just from this one description how barbaric these invasions were, how brutal these invasions were. And we'll see some of the examples of the tactics, the brute force tactics that the Islamic invaders used.
Yes, and furthermore in that description, many of the descriptions were continuously promoting false propaganda and ways to delegitimize, demoralize, and dehumanize Hindus. For example, in the description of the legal advisor of Alauddin Khilji, which was recorded later by Abdullah Wasaf, it says that they described Hindus as like mud, and if silver is demanded from them, they must have, with greatest humility, offer gold. If a Mohammedan desires to spit in a Hindu's mouth, the Hindu should open it wide for that purpose. And God created the Hindus to be slaves of the Mohammedans. The Prophet hath ordained that if the Hindus do not accept Islam, they should be imprisoned, tortured, and finally put to death, and their property confiscated. To keep Hindus in their abasement is especially a religious duty, because they are the most inveterate enemies of the Prophet. And here you're seeing a portrayal of Hindu women forced to wear garlands made from the bodies of butchered children.
So over the course of the Islamic invasions, over 200 million Hindus were slaughtered by the Muslim invaders. Over 100,000 Hindu temples were destroyed, and over 1 million deities and sculptures were destroyed. So this was one of the major destructions of the physical aspect of the Hindu civilization, whether it was temples, deities, or the forced conversions of many of the Hindus or slaughters of many of the Hindus. And Kanhade Prabanda has described that the conquering armies burnt villages, devastated the land, plundered people's wealth, took Brahmins and children and women of all classes captive, flogged them with thongs of rawhide, carried a moving prison with them, and converted the prisoners to obsequious Turks.
Yes, and though the Islamic invasions were absolutely brutal and extremely destructive, there was still a coming back. Though the Islam, for example, the Somnath temple, even though destroyed 16 times, it was rebuilt, and it has come back to its earlier glory, even until the last time. It was, however, the British occupation which had psychologically and economically destroyed the entire Hindu civilization and made a whole civilization enslaved, to the point where they do not even realize that they are enslaved. And one of the ways that they had done so is through engineered famines. Will Durant also had been commenting commenting on the British rule in India, had said that I have seen a great people starving to death before my eyes. I am convinced that this exhaustion and starvation are due not, as their beneficiaries claim, to overpopulation and superstition, but to the most sordid and criminal exploitation of one nation by another in all recorded history. A very powerful quote that really shows us, one, that there was a huge amount of famine that was engineered by the British occupation in order to literally destroy physically and mentally an entire civilization. And second, that they had a huge cover-up. In fact, I myself didn't know about much of these engineered famines. It was not even recognized, I believe, until recently, that it was actually a way that the British had strategized cunningly in order to kill and enslave an entire population, rather than something that happened merely by accident, something that was like because of overpopulation and superstition. And there's actually more and more evidence coming out that this was something that was a purposeful attack against the civilization.
Yes, and even though the Islamic invasions might have been a little more brutal, the British invasions were a little bit more subversive, but equally destructive to the Hindu civilization. And as Masada Shivapriya explained, it was it psychologically broke the Hindu civilization, especially with the forced famines and imposing many of these British rules and policies in order to delegitimize the Hindu population and make them subversive to the British Empire. So let's look at some of the tactics used by the British. During the British occupation, the British Empire used all possible means to destroy the Hindu civil and cultural institutions in order to delegitimize and demoralize the indigenous people of India so that they would become slaves in their own homeland. So as we described, they did not necessarily directly enslave the Hindu population, but they used various tactics, which included discriminatory laws to instill feelings of racial inferiority, engineering artificial famines to starve the native population into submission, as we saw in the earlier photo. This was one of the most brutal and inhumane ways of attacking the Hindu population. And they annexed the Hindu kingdoms to undermine native rule. They also mistranslated the Hindu scriptures to instill anti-Hindu narratives, which are unfortunately still prevalent today. The mistranslations of these Hindu scriptures are still prevalent today and used to abuse the Hindu civilization and the Hindu practices as well. And they also destroyed the indigenous Gurukul education system, which, as we know, is the backbone of the Hindu civilization. And they destroyed the local industries and forced importation of British goods and banned Indians from owning or producing firearms. And one of the things that we should point out here is that during the British rule, despite the British occupation and attacking many of these kingdoms through various means, many of the Hindu kingdoms still remained free and they still had their sovereignty. They did not actually lose their sovereignty during the British occupation. So let us look at some of the ways that the British subjugated the Hindu population.
Using theories of scientific racism and social Darwinism, the British justified their conquest and oppression of dark-skinned peoples as humanitarian, civilizing mission, even though it was a mere cover for racial oppression and economic exploitation. Charles Kingsley, a celebrated professor, historian, and friend of Charles Darwin and priest in the Church of England, had said, "Do you not see then that by following these studies you are walking in the very path to which England owes her wealth, the glorious work which God seems to have laid on the English race to replenish the earth and subdue it?" This, in a way, was the way that they had literally been able to colonize much of human civilization even time and become the largest empire in the world by their racist ideas. They continue to work and to continue to somehow be apart until today.
Yes, and they use these ideas to deem Indians or Hindus as inferior because of their dark skin, and they use many of these justifications to subjugate the Hindu population at the time and make them the rightful rulers of the Hindu population of India at the time.
So not only are they creating anti-Hindu narratives, but also pro-British narratives, or something which is racist inherently, and that is going against and subjugating so many other people. And this colonial subjugation was 200 years of intense racial hatred towards Hindus. In fact, James Mill, another author of The Victory of British India, and intellectual leader for the generation of the East India Company civil servants, had said that the Hindus are full of dissimulation and falsehood. So universal concoctements of oppression, the vices of falsehood. Indeed, they carry to a height almost unexampled among the other races of men. As for religion, no people have ever drawn a more gross and more disgusting picture of the universe than what is presented in the writing of Hindus. Very few words are required, because the superiority of Mohammedans in respect of religion is beyond all dispute. In truth, Hindus, like the eunuch, excel in the qualities of a slave, and the Mohammedans more manly. One of the ways that they had tried to even continue their colonial subjugation is through the method of divide and rule. And by imposing Muslims against Hindus, they continue to subjugate and continue to extend the amount of power that they hold over a certain civilization.
Yes, and one thing that should be pointed out here is that the description here, they describe that that Hindus had a disgusting picture of the universe, and they've never seen a more gross and disgusting picture of the universe as presented by the writings in the Hindus' scriptures. Now, as we are progressing more and more in science and cosmology, we're seeing that the description of the universe as described in our Hindu scriptures is actually what scientists are now discovering, whether it's in CERN or in many of the most celebrated cosmologists like Carl Sagan have described that the Hindus have discovered many of the secrets of the universe many millennia ago, well before modern science has understood this. However, this was one of the methods that they used to destroy the Hindu ideologies by deeming them as disgusting or gross or immoral in various methods, demeaning what the Hindu principles were, Hindu ideologies were, and making them inferior to the British ideologies.
Yes,
and
yes,
continue.
Okay. As I was saying, the British had imposed a strategy of divide and rule. And this was mostly because of the revolt of 1857. In fact, Shashi Tharoor had written that the British had been horrified during the revolt of 1857 to see Hindus and Muslims fighting side by side under each other's command against a foreign oppressor. They vowed that this would not happen again. And divide et impera was an old Roman maxim, and it shall be ours. And this was written by Lord Elphinstone. A systematic policy of fomenting separate consciousness among the two communities was launched with overt British sponsorship. And you can see some of the propaganda here of the you can see a little bit of more of an example here of how empire builders used to divide and rule. And we can see this even today, even in within Hinduism itself, putting sampradayas against each other. The entire narrative that different sampradayas are fighting with each other, all of that is actually the opposite of what these Hindu sampradayas and different forms and methods of worship are actually for. Each sampradaya recognizes that it is different way to attain the ultimate, to reach the ultimate stage or to have enlightenment. And they always recognize and live in coexistence with all other sampradayas, never going against or fighting with each other. As you can see, this divide and rule strategy is something that anti-Hindus use against Hinduism until today.
One of the most famous, well-known people who had a very clear agenda against the Hindus was Winston Churchill, the Prime Minister of Great Britain at the time. And he described that, "I hate Indians. They are a beastly people with a beastly religion. The famine was their own fault for breeding like rabbits." So this was the Prime Minister at the UK in 1943 during the colonial rule in India. And harsh British tax and import policies and poor infrastructure management caused multiple famines in India, claiming tens of millions of lives. And most recently in Bengal in 1943, Indians were forced to eat leaves, grass, and human flesh, and parents threw their starving children into rivers and wells, while others committed suicide to escape their living hell. So you can see just from this description how brutal the British occupation was to India at the time. Despite not physically murdering the Hindu population like the Islamic invasions, the British were equally brutal in their own way, psychologically destroying the Hindu population and physically destroying the Hindu population by imposing these artificial famines. This was the description from Mukherjee in Churchill's Secret War, the British Empire, and the ravaging of India during World War II. So, and you can see this brutal picture of what Bengal looked like during the Bengal famine. How many millions of people were starved to death during this time? And unfortunately, this is the picture that's portrayed across the globe as what India is like, what the Hindu civilization is like, but this was imposed upon us during the British occupation.
Yes, and also another thing is that this is in 1943, which is just our generation, 2 generations above each and every one of us, and at least today's youth is just two generations before us. But today, even us, we do not know that this is a real part of history, that this has actually happened as an attack against Hindus. Most of us don't even know that this is the real story of the Hindu Holocaust. And another way that they had done so, that they had continuously attacked, is by destroying local industry to ensure the dependence and poverty. Prior to colonial world, India was one of the world's leading textile manufacturers in producing the finest fabrics, and the British engaged in a systematic campaign to destroy the local handloom industry through harsh taxation and export policies that forced India to import British-made textiles and banned Indian textiles from being sold in foreign markets. Within a generation, Indian weavers were turned into beggars, and their indigenous skills were lost forever.
So this was actually one of the tactics that they used across the board in not just the weavers, but many traditional arts and crafts that were made in India, of many of the local industries that were there in India. And as it's described here, India was well known for its textiles, for its spice trade. People across the globe wanted to travel to India for the abundance of all of these industries and all of these goods that were there. And over the course of the British rule, they completely looted the country and the entire population, and have left it barren, whether in terms of wealth or in terms of industry. They've completely destroyed the local population, psychologically, mentally, and economically.
Yes, exactly. And there was even the spice route, which is well known for for being a destination, or well known for being a route just to India and just to facilitate the trade of spices and Indian spices, or that was all cultivated and produced by the Hindu civilization, by Hindus. And yet this is such a huge part of that day's economy. But all of these greatest contributions are exactly what they exploited and turned into something that would only benefit them and would entirely enslave the Hindu population.
By 1878, the Indian railway mechanics in Jamalpur in Bengal and Ajmer in Rajputna had become so proficient at maintaining locomotive trains that they started designing and building their own models at a fraction of the cost of imported British trains. The British Parliament responded by passing an act in 1912 banning all local manufacture of trains to ensure India's economic dependence on the colonial masters and to destroy the native technological know-how. So this is just another example of how the British destroyed the local industries, destroyed the manufacturing locally, and forced the dependence upon the British Empire, forced dependence on the British, so that they would, whether it was for the technology or whether it was for the wealth, they were completely dependent on the British, just because of the British wanting to oppress the Hindu population and ensure that they were able to have control over the population, as they were seeing that the Hindu population was, anytime that the Hindu population would gain any power or progress in any way, the British would respond by imposing these various acts and laws in order to destroy the local industry or destroy the local technology progress in any way.
And actually, this exact thing, Swamiji recently had spoken about or revealed about in one of the satsangs that I actually hadn't thought about, exactly this economic dependence that was started in the British imperial system has continued on until today. Our software engineers, where do they work? Where are they actually there? And why isn't it coming back to Hinduism? The Hinduism has built up the system and build up the most intelligent beings in order to be proficient and maintaining and excelling in the engineering and all these different types of fields, but it is going somewhere else. The profit of the intelligence of everything that Hinduism has put so much of life into is literally going in order to benefit another, benefit a completely different world system. And that's economic dependence on a completely other civilization and ideology, and that is ultimately subjugating Hinduism in the first place.
Yes, and they've not just done this by imposing these laws. Now that the British have left, it's actually a psychological dependence now, because there's nothing actually forcing the Hindu population or India to be economically dependent on the British or anyone outside of India, but it has been psychologically ingrained into the Hindu population, people of our generation, that something outside of India, something that's not Indian made is better, that is not Hindu made is better. And this is exactly what the British had done, had created these, as it's described, British ideologies in brown skin, and in order to rule over the local, the Hindu population without them even knowing it or understanding it.
Exactly. And it's still continuing on until our generation. I can say that even until I was in college and I was studying outside, I had really believed and I had felt that a medical system, a medical degree, and as well software or a computer science degree in somewhere else in some other in the outside world, or what I can say, like the modern day education system, would be a wonderful, a proud statement for my family. But I never realized that Hinduism has such advanced sciences far beyond what our modern day science has reached at a level. That is the state that really all Hindus are in, and we have to wake up to. As well, we can see the seizure, taxation, and ruin of Hindu temples is one of the other extremely huge parts of the colonial subjugation. And there's another quote here that says that it was strange but a determined piece of policy when throughout the country the pagoda lands was resumed by the East India Company and the two-steg allowance was granted in their place. Now let us contemplate the result of this plan. From one end of the country to the other, the pagodas are ruined, unmaintained, and the revenues of the Tripati are on the gradual decline and will die in the lapse of years of natural death. Some of the most celebrated temples in the country are worse off, but they are still, alas, many more strongholds of the devil. And this just shows a strategic plan in order to entirely relocate the finance that is happening inside of the entire civilization. So the money was taken away from temples, looted from temples through taxation. And again, this is another policy, something that is continuing on until today.
Yes. And the British also used many false anti-Hindu narratives to also influence the Hindu population and the Indian population at the time. It was described in the Survey of Indigenous Education in Madras Presidency between 1822 and 1826 that the British rulers perpetuated the narrative that Indians were generally illiterate and education was restricted to high caste Hindus. But their own surveys revealed that every village had at least one school, and Shudras and other low caste children constituted 70 to 84% of the students. In contrast, a century of direct British misrule of India left the population with a dismal 12% of literacy rate. So in many ways, the British have used these false anti-Hindu narratives to impose these false ideas of the Hindu population, that they're backwards, they're oppressors, that they are illiterate. Many of these narratives were imposed on the Hindu population, which was quite the opposite of what the reality was at the time before the British rule destroyed the local population and the local civilization, the Hindu civilization. It was only after the British rule and the British occupation that many of these narratives became true. They imposed narratives on the Hindu population actually became true, whether many of the narratives that were used or that presented Hindus as backwards and oppressors, or that presented Hindus as sexist, racist, whatever it may be, were completely false. But after the British rule, many of these narratives that Hindus are illiterate or uneducated, that Shudras were not allowed in schools, became reality after the colonial rule. So unfortunately, it was the British occupation that actually made Hindus lower than what was the reality.
Yes, and as the British were leaving, or they're planning an exit as well from India, and as well they had planned in order to ensure that their ideologies and their subjugation of the entire civilization continues by creating a class of brown British narratives. Thomas Macaulay, who is well known for also his degradation against the Gurukul education system, also has said that that we must at present do our best to form a class who may be interpreters between us and the millions whom we govern, a class of persons Indian in blood and color, but English in taste, in opinion, in morals, and in intellect. To that class, we may leave it to refine the vernacular dialects of the country and to enrich those dialects with terms of science borrowed from Western nomenclature, and to render them by degrees fit vehicles for conveying knowledge to the great mass of population. We see this generation, this idea that started from Thomas Macaulay and his colleagues in 1835 is actually something that rules over in the different institutions as well as anti-Hindu forces until today as well. And just in order to perpetuate those the British imperial false narratives and the false propaganda that they have, as well as the ideas, the ideologies that all ultimately subjugate Hinduism and Hindus.
Yes, and even though that this was not necessarily successful, the brown British natives, during that generation, the following generation still carried on this ideology, and this became the norm that English is the highest priority language that we should learn, that many of these morals, ideas, and principles from the British were passed down to the next generation, which is carried on even till the current day. And many of these ideologies are what the local population, the Hindu population, still holds as the standard, the highest standard of ideology that unfortunately is not the reality of what the Hindu ideology is.
And as well, so as a continuation, despite their best efforts to adopt English language, clothing, and mannerisms, the angelicized brown British native clerks of India were often viewed with contempt and ridiculed as Bengali babus by their white masters for their ornate speech, self-importance, and fawning attitude towards any Westerner they met.
So yes, as we said, this was not necessarily successful at the time, but unfortunately it has been perpetuated down through the generations, where the British ideology is still held at the highest, unfortunately, in the future generations, and even the current generations now, who feel that learning English, for example, is of highest priority, or many of the standards or principles of the British ideology are considered the norm or the best at the time, even though the British have left many generations before, at least 2 generations before. Unfortunately, this ideology has been perpetuated through the psyche of the Hindu population.
Yes, and as well, one of the most horrifying things was converting native Hindu Rajas into proper British gentlemen. In fact, a quote from Mayo College, the Eton of India, says they're concerned at the rising awareness of nationalism after the Indian Mutiny of 1857. The British realized that the strength the British realized that to strengthen their hold in India, they, being just a handful, needed to widen their political and psychological management of India and the Indians. Thus, they began to focus on the education of native princes and the pursuit of objective in Macaulay's Minute of Education on Education of 1837, to create a class of people Indian in blood and color, but English in opinions, in morals, and in intellect, became the cornerstone of their strategy.
And this is exactly why they targeted the indigenous Gurukul system in order to impose their ideology upon the future generations. Here's just an example of how the British criminalized the indigenous communities. The Tribes Act of 1871 was imposed upon the local population. The British government passed the Criminal Tribes Act, where various ethnic communities were deemed subversive to the colonial authority simply because they did not conform to their idea of civilized living. They targeted populations such as sadhus, sannyasis, tribals, nomads, gypsies, and sudras, and were presumed guilty by birth, murdered, raped, arrested, and had children separated from parents, and held in penal colonies or quarantined without conviction or due process. And upon release from British custody, targeted communities were subject to surveillance and given tattoos to stigmatize them and make them easier to target. So this was, as you can see, one of the most brutal ways that the British had attacked the indigenous communities, literally making them illegal to even exist. And one of the main populations that they targeted were, of course, the sadhus and sannyasis, tribals, and nomads.
Yes, and in an effort to demonize Hindus and feed the stereotype of savage Oriental British authorities, and media sensationalized stories of bloodthirsty thuggis or bandits who would offer human sacrifices to wicked and fearsome goddess Kali, the image of the thuggi was promoted worldwide as an example of all that was wrong in India. In addition to denigrating Hindu culture, the narrative of the thuggi menace was also used to justify colonial rule, to suspend the civil liberties and target subversive elements that challenged British hegemony.
Yes, actually the word thug that many of us have known now as like, which is very common as someone who is a delinquent or criminal, is actually derived from this misrepresentation of thuggis in India at the time. So this was has perpetuated up until current day, where one of the most common words used to describe either criminals or delinquents is actually indigenous population from India at the time. So this was how effective the British population, the British rule was in stigmatizing the Hindu population and making them seem immoral, backwards, or criminal.
Yes. So Shashi Tharoor from the Indian Parliament has said that the British came to one of the most richest countries of the world, and over 200 years of exploitation, looting, and destruction reduced it to a poster child of third world poverty. And we've seen many examples of what the British had done in India. But in summary, there was $45 trillion looted from India, 45 million Hindus dead due to famines and poverty imposed by British policies, and reprisal killings for 1857 mutiny, and 680 native kingdoms usurped by the British Raj.
This was unfortunately the second phase of the destruction of the Hindu civilization, and which perpetuated into the third phase, which was the secularization of India. So the ideologies, the principles, and stigmatizations that the British left in India were perpetuated into the secularized India. And this is between 1947 and present day. This has been ruled by brown faces, British attitudes, and policies towards Hindus. So this was exactly what the British had wanted. Brown faces, but with British attitudes and ideologies. And Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India, has described what a disgusting, savage people we are. Politics, progress, socialism, communism, science, where are they before this black religious savagery? India can never be a Hindu republic.
And also, B.R. Ambedkar, India's first law minister, has said that if a Hindu Raj does become a fact, it will no doubt be the greatest calamity for this country. No matter what Hindus say, Hinduism is a menace to liberty, equality, and fraternity. It is incompatible with democracy. Hindu Raj must be prevented at any cost.
So you can see that these are two of the first leaders of the so-called secular India, the so-called free India, after the British occupation has left. However, they clearly still carry the same ideology, the same stigmas that the British had, and clearly had a very anti-Hindu agenda, despite it being a so-called secular nation.
And the modern Indian legal system that exists today, and the academia, the media, all systematically undermines, suppress, and delegitimize Hindu institutions and culture. For example, India's constitution established governmental control and taxation over Hindu temples, schools, etc., while other religions are free from such interference. And Articles 26 to 30 of India's constitution discriminate against Hindus by giving special rights and benefits to non-Hindus, government benefits and scholarships like this, and anti-superstition laws passed to criminalize Hindu practices. And mainstream Indian academics described Hindus as sexist, racist, backwards, and oppressors, and the negative media portrayals of Hindus in Bollywood and TV.
So, yes, as we said earlier, many of the Hindu kingdoms still had their sovereignty during the British occupation. However, as you can see here, Hindu kingdoms and self-governance was completely abolished after the secularization of India. So all of the kingdoms that still had their sovereignty during the British rule had completely lost it. All of the native Hindu kingdoms were completely lost after secularization of India and came under the Indian government, despite having their sovereignty up until 1947, until Indian independence.
Yes, and also media narratives were used to stereotype and demoralize Hindus. For example, Bollywood and other mainstream media outlets consistently portrayed Hindu gods and gurus as cartoonish, dishonest, corrupt fiends, and in a manner similar to British imperial propaganda. Media narratives are used to shape human consciousness and further political agenda. Racist British colonial stereotypes portraying Hindus as superstitious, backwards, and dishonest are perpetuated by their brown British successors in modern India unabated.
So despite the British leaving India decades ago, many of the ideologies, principles, and stereotypes have been left behind and are still currently popular today, unfortunately, and the negative stigmatization of Hindus is still very much prevalent today.
Yes. So now we have to understand, we have to, each and every one of us, be extremely aware and understand the revival of Hindu nations is needed now. We must boldly and courageously stand for the revival of a Hindu nation, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is leading.
Yes, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given the vision for the revival of the Hindu civilization. During the time of the Mahabharata, we Hindus had 56 deshas, 200 states, 1,700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas. In all 56, we Hindus are persecuted. Now we have lost all of the 56. The last to fall was Nepal. I am the collective voice of all the persecuted Hindus. I will revive and rebuild a Hindu nation built on the Vedagamic principles as a refuge for all practicing and aspiring Hindus, as a safe haven for all the persecuted Hindus. So these are the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself as the vision for the Hindu civilization.
The revival of Kailasa, the Hindu nation, is for reviving this life, this whole life of enlightened civilization and all the great things it has to offer to the world, bringing legitimacy to all the offerings Sanatana Hindu Dharma and sharing it with the whole world is the purpose of Kailasa, the Hindu nation.
And this is exactly as Devi Parashakti has revealed is the responsibility of Hindus. This is why we were given the Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth. And Kailasa is a revival of the cosmic constitution. Kailasa is the model nation of how enlightened civilization should be living and administered. Politics, judiciary, education, economy, everything will be revived as Paramashiva revealed in the Vedagamic Sanatana Hindu Dharma scriptures.
Being one of the most persecuted civilizations, Hinduism is on the brink of extinction, such that the next generation may know about Hinduism only through history books. And history books that might not even tell the right story, the right facts about what happened to Hindus. What can we do to stand up for Hindu civilization and all that it has to offer to the world?
Today, Hinduism is a political orphan. The preservation and restoration of Hinduism's spiritual and cultural heritage is impossible without a national identity. So what can we do to save Hinduism? What can we do to fulfill the commitment that we have given when we were given the Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth?
It's at this time we have to reclaim our Hindu identity. This is the best thing that we can do for ourselves or for the future generation and for the world, for the humanity itself.
Yes, as Devi Parashakti has described that because of delusion, we have forgotten the commitment that we have given after coming to Bhuloka. Because of fear and greed, we've forgotten the commitment that we have given to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So it is now our responsibility to reclaim our Hindu identity. We need to understand that Hinduism is responsible for our successful life. If we are Hindus and we are healthy, wealthy, rich, successful, peaceful, happy, have a respectable, have a stable family, or have the best mental health, we need to understand that Hinduism is responsible. Our Hindu identity is responsible. Our Hindu scriptures are responsible. It is our Hindu scriptures which have given us the best mental setup. All the best things that we Hindus have are from our Hindu scriptures.
Yes, and especially as NRIs, as people who have experienced the best of both worlds, especially as the people who've been able to enjoy the best of the infrastructure that was given to us, and as well as the best of the inner infrastructure, the Hindu sciences and Vedic sciences that we inherited from our ancestors. That is why Hindus are the richest and most successful ethnic community in the world. In fact, Hindus are known to be the most educated religious group in the United States and as well as other countries, where Hindus are the top rankers in the highest in most of the Ivy League universities in the United States, and the top most successful and most prestigious universities in the world. And also, Hindus are known to be the most stable community around the world, with the least amount of divorce rate, with the least amount of drug abuse rate, and so many other extremely like statistics and facts that show that we are extremely blessed to be able to be Hindu, for having a civilization, a background which has brought us forward to this day and age and helped us enjoy our life thoroughly. Hindu scriptures, Hindu lifestyle, and our enlightened masters are responsible for today us being able to enjoy life as we are. Hindu thought currents are responsible for this, and each and every one of us has to realize that, has to see that it's not just enough for us to have our own communities, for every one of us to be like in living wherever we are, and having our own temple community or community in the temple, and having our own traditions that we follow wherever we are, and living a mundane life. It is time now that we have a nation. It is time, only a nation, a civilizational nation, will ensure that Hinduism is protected, and Hindus who are dying in other parts of the world are ensured to be protected. And our most ancient lineages, our knowledge, everything is not diluted and protected.
So it is time to reclaim our Hindu identity. It is not just the anti-Hindu elements being active. It is the responsible Hindus being inactive, which is responsible for this whole destruction of Hinduism. Let us now take the responsibility for Hinduism, and all the Hindus all over the world reclaim our Hindu identity. Let us fulfill the commitments that we have given when we were given this Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth.
Yes. Hinduism has the solution for the most pressing global issues today. According to the World Health Organization, globally more than 264 million people of all ages suffer from depression. According to the World Drug Report of 2019, 35 million people worldwide suffer from drug use disorders. And again, according to the World Health Organization, close to 800,000 people die due to suicide every single year. Worldwide, more than 70 billion land animals are killed for food. It is our responsibilities as Hindus to revive the enlightened civilization in order to address these problems that humanity is facing and give the gifts of the enlightened civilization to the whole humanity. Revival of the enlightened civilization, Kailasa, is not just a need for Hindus to ensure that Hinduism is protected, but it's a survival need of the whole humanity.
Yes. So this is an invitation to all of the Hindus out there, those who are born Hindus, those who are practicing Hindus, those who are sympathetic towards Hinduism, those who are curious about Hinduism, those who want to explore and enjoy Hinduism. Come and become a part of Kailasa. You can sign up to be an e-citizen of Kailasa by visiting kailasa.org and signing up to be an e-Kailashan. You can enjoy all the benefits that Hinduism has to offer to the world, all of the things that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving in Hinduism, and you can share it with all of your friends and family. So again, you can visit kailasa.org to sign up to be an e-citizen.
Yes, and there's no better to hear about why Kailasa is needed other than the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is leading this grand movement to revive the Hindu nation. So let us hear from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself on why Kailasa is needed.
I have incorporated this Kailasa, nation without borders. Kailasa, nation without borders. In a way, I can say whole universe is the Kailasa. Kailasa, nation without borders. I've incorporated in multiple countries. Each Kailasa will function in their own countries as per that country's law, within that country's law. Understand? The Kailasa is revived to do contribution, uniting the nations for contribution. Hinduism, Veda Agamas have great things to contribute to the world. Like the great power manifestation science, the ancient culture and arts, the ancient lifestyle truths, the ancient medical practices and medicinal knowledge, the ancient indigenous cultural heritage and jewelry, perfume, dance, music, in every level, Hinduism has so much to contribute. Veda, Agamic traditions have so much to contribute. To share all this with the world, to contribute to the world. Hindus need to tell the world what they are contributing in every level. The brand of Hinduism itself is enriching and empowering and enlightening. Hinduism is all about enlightening the world. Empowering, enlightening, enriching the world. Contributing. That is our spiritual life. That is our spiritual strength. That is our spiritual core principle. O humanity, I request you with folded hands, some one corner of the world, if you just give me few hundred acres, I will keep this whole science alive. Leave it for the whole humanity freely. Fortunately, Paramashiva has given me the power to decode all this Hindu medicinal system, Hindu judiciary system, Hindu social law and order system, Hindu power manifestation system, Hindu mental sciences system, Hindu yogic sciences, the sciences of Hindu biology, Hindu physics, Hindu psychology, Hindu physiology, Hindu chemistry, all this Paramashiva has given me the power to decode. Whatever the remaining scriptures are available with the humanity, Paramashiva has blessed me, and I have collected, not only I have collected and organized, I can decode. This whole science can be kept alive in any one corner of the world. Just few hundred acres are given for me to live peacefully and exist peacefully. I can store this whole thing alive and contribute it to humanity. Humanity can become better and better and better. I can make the planet Earth so much better place to live. I am here to contribute, and I will continue to contribute. As long as I am allowed to live, I will contribute. I have collected all the remaining available scriptures, maybe 2 crore books. 2 crore means 20 million, I think, books on Hindu physics, Hindu chemistry, Hindu biology, Hindu physiology, Hindu psychology, Hindu law and order, Hindu social system, the power manifestation sciences of Hinduism, yogic sciences of Hinduism. I have collected, and Paramashiva has given me the blessings and power to decode. I have decoded and continuing to decode them. If the humanity, somebody is kind enough to give me few hundred acres in one corner of the world and let me live peacefully, I can keep all the scriptures there and go on sharing with the world, revealing these whole sciences to the world, and go on contributing. I don't need anything other than one cup of curd rice every day. That's all. A cup of curd rice per day over. I can go on be giving this to the world. I can add to the world. I can make the world a better place to live. That's all I have to say. Thousands of medicines are described detail in ancient Siddha and Ayurvedic scriptures. Paramashiva has given me the power to decode them, read them, and properly translate and map them to the modern day human language. And I am ready to work 20 hours a day. I just need few hundred acres where I can sit peacefully and keep this library, run a Gurukul where thousands of people can learn this and share it with the world. Understand? I am only interested in contributing. If we can decode all this great knowledge, whole world can prosper from this knowledge. Whole world can enjoy from this knowledge. If I prosper, I will only create a university. I will not create anything else. If the Hindus prosper, they will only create education institutions. Because Hinduism is all about giving, contributing. If I prosper, I'll create university, that's all. Kailasa is all about university to decode the ancient sciences and share with the world. Understand? Every day I am sitting and going on decoding, writing notes on my books and writing details on my books. Whether it is making human beings manifest powers, and I have also now started downloading and decoding the science of making animals manifest powers. Whether making people manifest powers or healing, in every level, life is all about contribution.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers. Now, Swamiji has given us so much of inspiration, support, everything in order for us just to stand up from wherever we are and to join a part of KAILASA, which is the foremost leader in ensuring that Hinduism is protected, Hindus are protected all over the world, and the Hindu solutions can be used to protect the whole humanity. You can become an e-Kailashian today. So sign up at kailasa.org. So it's one of the easiest ways you can just become a part, and you'll be able to receive all of the notifications, become a part of projects, and be a part, receive even all the initiations, the special darshans, the special programs, everything at your fingertips through the e-Kailasa, through becoming an e-Kailashian. Sorry. So as we have discussed today, Swamiji is the foremost leader in ensuring that on behalf of the 2 billion Hindus across the world, we are protected, that Hindu knowledge is safeguarded for the future generations, and amongst everything else, that each and every one of us has the superconscious breakthrough and the potential, the possibility for each and every one of us to attain the highest that that we can be is protected. And especially during this day and age, this time, this is the most invaluable gift given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to us. If you want to offer your gratitude just for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism doing everything to ensure that we are enjoying Hinduism today, you can do so in several different ways. And you can offer your gratitude, you can become a part of this revival. And this is one of the ways that we can support in ensuring and being behind Kailasa. Of course, Swamiji has done 99.9% of the job, and today Kailasa is an absolute success, a nation for the world, the only Hindu nation. And just by becoming a part, Swamiji is literally just giving us that opportunity to be able to be a part of a nation in the making, a strong global leader in history, in progress. So you can become a part by signing up to become an e-Kailashian at kailasa.org. And if you'd like to become a part of this revival and offer your gratitude towards Kailasa and towards the work that Swamiji is doing, then you can also make a donation on the YouTube Super Chat or through the e-Hundi. The e-Hundi is a way that you can offer your gratitude and offer how much ever you'd like to. You can offer through credit card, debit card, or through other different payment options, including Google Pay and PayPal through the YouTube Super Chat. And also there is the e-Hundi option available as well for you to make a payment. So you can offer any amount that you'd like to, any part that you would like to take in this huge revival that we're doing, that Swamiji is leading. And that each and every one of us is simply blessed to be a part. So now we'll be moving on into the next segment of today's program, the segment on all the offerings that you can make, the offerings of gratitude and the ritualistic sevas that you can do in order to deepen our connection to Devi Parashakti. So with this, we'll now be moving into the next segment after a quick break.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. KAILASA is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. KAILASA is responsible to provide that to all human beings. KAILASA is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Nithyananda, and welcome back to your viewers on our next segment, where we are going to share with you about the various offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. What are the different ways we can connect with her and offer our love, gratitude, and devotion to Devi Parashakti? And joining me in the session is Nithyananda, and both of us together like to share with you about the Devi Parashakti AKASHIC readings. What are the different sevas that we have? Now, the first seva that we have for Devi Parashakti is offering of the E-Hundi. And the scripture from the Lalita Sahasranama, the reference from Lalita Sahasranama says, Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadharatya Sharvani Sharmadayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion. She removes all the fears. If there is any fear in the minds of the devotee, Devi Parashakti removes all the fears. And in this shloka, she is addressed as Shambhavi, means the consort of Shambhu, Paramashiva. Sharadharadhya, the one who is worshipped by Sharada, the goddess of knowledge, Saraswati herself. Shalvani is the wife of Lord Shiva. Sharmai, Devi who bestows happiness on the devotees. So you can offer your gratitude to Devi Parashakti by making an e-hundi offering, where you share, you offer your love, devotion, and gratitude. And in the Vedic tradition, the temples were the center pin of the civilization. Everything happened around temples and deities, and they were such a part and parcel of our lives. Our day was planned, our calendar was planned, our holidays were planned according to the deities' calendar. The festivals and celebrations and everything was just around temples. Life revolved around temples. In the morning when you wake up, you had a habit of going to the temple. In the evening when you come, you had a habit of going to the temple. If you had a birthday, you always go to the temple and do an archana or a puja. And any festival, we always go, and any kind of a celebration in the house, you always go to the temple first. And even if you get a new job or you got an admission into university, you go to the temple. So the temples were a center pin of the Vedic civilization. And our whole lifestyle revolved around temples. And even if we go spend some time, the friends have to be, we'll say, okay, let's meet in the temple and let's go circumambulation around the temple. And this was such a common thing, and you will see a lot of people praying, like they offer certain prayers and they say, okay, if I get this, or for me to pass an exam, I will go around the and I will offer something, like I will do some puja or I will do some tapas, some kind of a sadhana that we will do, and you connect with the divine and the whole society, like even the gathering, or you get to know the people in the community in the temple. So the temples were such a key pin and the central focal point of the Vedagamic civilization. And every temple used to have a hundi. In front of every sanctum, there will be a hundi where all the devotees and the people who come to the temple always offer something in the hundi. So the temple hundi is the place where you offer and you support that ecosystem and you keep that ecosystem alive, and the whole society contributes our time, talent, and treasure to keep the temple ecosystem alive. And there was actually one very beautiful incident that I can share. This happened in the Tiruvannamalai temple. And of course, as we all know, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his first home is the Tiruvannamalai. The Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai was where Swamiji was actually brought up. He spent all his time in the temple and very less time in the house with Swamiji's biological parents. And in the temple, he met his one and only Guru, the Arunagiri Yogeshwara, the incarnation of Paramashiva himself. When I say one and only Guru, Swamiji had a lot of gurus in Swamiji's life. The Guru that Swamiji met in the temple, and with whom Swamiji spent all the time in the temple, especially near the Samadhi of Arunagiri Yogeshwara. So all that happened in the temple. So the temples are something very special to us. And whenever Swamiji, we have like an inner awakening retreat or any major program, Swamiji always tells, all the participants to be taken to the Tiruvannamalai temple or the Madurai temple. One of these temples that we always take them to for a tour, for a 1 day or a 2 day tour. So in one such occasion, we had taken like a 3-month program participants, the Nithyananda Yogam participants, to the Tiruvannamalai temple. And that was the Kumbhabhishekam was happening there at that time. So every 13 years, the Kumbhabhishekam was happening, and Swamiji was invited as the current Guru in the lineage. The Supreme Pontiff was invited to the temple to bless and to be there during the entire Kumbhabhishekam festival. And so Swamiji was traveling to Tiruvannamalai, and he said all the Nithyananda Yogam participants can also go. So that whole day, we had offered the Annadana. Right, whole day in the Adina, whoever came to Tiruvannamalai and they were going around the Girivalam path, the free organic meals were being offered from the Adina. And around 12 o'clock, so it was started early morning, like 3-4 o'clock, the Annadan started. It went on whole day. And till night, till 10-11 o'clock, the Annadanam was going on. That night, around 2 o'clock in the night, there was the procession of the deities. The deities were to come out of the temple and they go around the temple. And they were supposed to come. So 2 o'clock, the procession was supposed to start. And Swamiji said, take all the participants. I was coordinating the Nithyananda Yogam program. So Swamiji said, take all the participants and go to the temple. So I thought, okay, what 1:30 in the night, who's going to be awake? So I thought maybe a few, like the main priests and a few people will be there, so we can quickly go and have the darshan. And we just took up, we had a bus, we had hired a bus, so we had taken the bus, and about it was 25-30 of us. We went to the temple at 1:30 in the night. You wouldn't believe the entire city is in the temple. The entire city, literally entire city of Tiruvannamalai is in the temple for the procession of the deities. It is unbelievable. 1:30 in the night, it actually felt like, like 10 o'clock in the morning. How people would be, the whole city is in a celebrative mood. The entire city is there. And then the deities, huge deities they have to be installed on top of the chariot so that the Rathotsavam can happen. So they can go on a procession. And the deities are huge. So every community, actually in Tiruvannamalai, every community and every caste has their own responsibility in the temple. So the temple is run with a beautiful collaboration of all the communities and all the castes in that particular region, and everybody has their own responsibility. Right? Like how the priests, they do the rituals. But there is a community which is responsible for all the musical instruments and drums. One community is just responsible only for the Tivati, means like the fire lamp which they carry in front of the deities. One community is only responsible for stopping the chariot and putting that wooden stopper for the chariot when they go out. So every community is involved, and each one feels so proud and feels so much of a pride in their community responsibility. And it is only like earlier today we had shown about how the British, when they invaded India, and how much destruction was happened to our civilization, destruction of our gurukuls and our local industry. Not just that, they started creating this through this divide and rule. Amidst the communities, they started creating conflicts. Otherwise, every community, every society had such a beautiful collaboration, and they were working so beautifully with collective integrity. A temple can only be run by the collective integrity of all the communities in that specific area. So when I went to the Tiruvannamalai temple, the entire village, the town of Tiruvannamalai was there in the temple pretty much. And some of them who couldn't come, they were all waiting outside their house. So when the deity comes to the house, they can offer the mandakapadi. This is at 2 o'clock in the night, 1:30 to 2 o'clock in the night. The whole, you actually, all your sleep disappears if you just go and stand in the road. So much of crowd. So much of crowd had come there, and we got to witness how they mount. The Swamiji had specifically told to go see how they mount the deities on top of the huge vahanas, and they are taken around the procession around the temples, and like at least you need like 50 to 100 men to be there to coordinate even moving of the deities on top of the vahana, because one, they are huge and it needs a huge coordination, and they have like a step-by-step plank. So they just make a specific sound and everybody moves the deity to the next higher step in the ladder. Like that they move. So the whole village and the whole town comes together to make the Brahmotsavams happen, to make these festivals happen. And the temple is everybody in the whole town, their calendar, their office timings, their leave, their vacation, everything is planned around the temple calendar. And during the 10 days of the Brahmotsavams, they don't go anywhere. Everybody comes to the temple and comes to the town, and they stay there. So the temples are such a core component of the Vedagamic tradition, and everybody supports their temple by offering their time, talent, and treasure. So that is why the hundis are very important, because it is through the hundis people contribute. Some people contribute daily, some people contribute monthly, but everybody feels responsible that the temple has to run. We are responsible for the smooth functioning of the temple, and everybody in the town takes the collective responsibility. And there was absolutely, other than maybe some small conflicts here and there, but all the communities, they understood that they need to work together, and their only aim is the temple has to happen successfully. For that, whatever inner conflicts and infights that we may have, I am ready to drop all of that, because the temple has to run. That is how the Vedic civilization was. We never had this, the very word discrimination and the very word untouchable. All this is British introduction into our culture, but we never had any of these. Every community was very proud to do what they want, and every varnashrama, the Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, every varna was proud to do what they wanted, because it is their choice. It is what I chose to do. I wanted to, be a Brahmana. I wanted to be a Vaishya. That is what I want, so I have chosen. There was no conflicts. There was never a discrimination, and all these are additions by the invaders into our tradition. So the temple is our responsibility. And with the grace and the blessings of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we are so blessed that today We don't have to go to the temple is coming to us. Every deity is coming to us, especially during the COVID time, right? We don't have to go anywhere. We are having Bhava Samadhi darshans after darshans of Devi, Sundareshwara. Now, yesterday we had Parandama's Vishwarupa darshan. Where will we hear all these things? So the deities are coming to us, and the hundi is also an online hundi where it is our collective responsibility to keep that whole ecosystem alive. So the hundis are a way where every one of us feel responsible to contribute what we would like to contribute and to keep that whole temple ecosystem alive. Amrita, would you like to share anything? I'm sure you have seen and you've been a part of the various temple ecosystems and how these are, even for as a mother of two children in Gurukul, how these temple ecosystems are grooming the children as they grow up so beautifully as compared to playing with video games and watching TVs and watching other things. How even the children growing up in a temple ecosystem. Would you like to share anything about that, ma'am?
Yes, Ma, it is so beautiful. Actually, the trip that you just described, we were also there, and the two Balasans, my children, they were also on that trip, my younger daughter, and just seeing that the grandeur of the celebrations and with how much of dedication and application, they just everyone just gathers together, and that the huge ratham, everything is decorated and with so much of gaiety and joy and celebration. The whole Rathotsavam happens. It was such a joy to witness, and really, when Swamiji is bringing up the children in these temple ecosystems, I can share one thing. My younger daughter, she's now 7 years old, and she is so much into this. She has not been influenced by the outer society. She's just grown up in this in the Adinam and in the temple ecosystem, and so beautifully she says now. She used to ask me for coins whenever we come to the temple. She used to ask me for coins to put in the Kala Bhairava hundi in the temple, and I used to give her some coins. Then she said, "Amma, you know what? Every time somebody gives me a gift, you keep all of that aside, and every day morning when I do puja, I will keep one coin, and then I'll come during the Pada puja, I'll keep one coin in my plate, and then I'll come and drop it in the hundi." So it is that she has this beautiful understanding that whatever we have, we just, when we offer it to the deity, just the whole ecosystem manifests around us. So it is such a beautiful understanding that the children are growing up with, and even the abhishekam, the temple rituals that they do and they experience. So it is something so rich in the Hindu tradition that I think it definitely needs to be revived for all the Hindus, for us to even know what the richness of the tradition that we have, Ma. It
Absolutely.
is.
So
Yes.
beautiful. And how the children, when they grow up, right? One of the things that Swamiji shared is the visualization capacity. And as the children grow up in the temple, they do the alankaram to the deities. Their entire capability of that visualization, right, just is exponentially nurtured in the temple ambience, and that is why they are able to just manifest whatever they want. If you talk to any of the Gurukul Balasans, they just know, yes, if I want something, I can just make it happen. I can just manifest what I want. Just ask Swamiji, relate to Swamiji, and they are able to immediately connect and manifest things just with just being able to connect and having the capacity to visualize. All that is a byproduct of being in that temple, beautiful temple ecosystem. So it is our responsibility to maintain and to support the temple ecosystem wherever we are, to keep that temple ecosystem alive for generations to come. So hundis are mainly for that purpose, where each one takes the collective responsibility to maintain and run the temple in a very successful manner. So each of us can offer the e-hundi by visiting the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas.
And the next offering we have is the Sankalpa chanting, which is a conscious resolution the conscious prayer that we make to Devi Parashakti. And there's a verse from the Saundarya Lahari which describes the meaning of this verse. It says, let the mantras I chant with sacrifice in my soul become chanting of your name. Let all my movements become auspicious mudras. Let my travel become perambulations around thee. Let the act of eating and drinking become fire offerings or oblations in the homa or yajna to thee. Let my act of sleeping become salutations to you, and let all actions of pleasure of mine become part of your worship. And how, where every action, every conscious act becomes a prayer, becomes an offering to the divine, then the blessings for both asked and unasked, remembered and forgotten wishes manifest by the grace of the divine, by the grace of Devi Parashakti. So you can make the offering of the Sankalpa, the conscious prayer to Devi Parashakti, and you can register for this on the website www.kailasamela.com/savas.
The next offering we have to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sahasra Nama Swarna Kasu, which is the offering of a gold coin to Devi Parashakti inscribed with one of the 1008 attributes of Devi Parashakti, and receiving her blessings to manifest and awaken the multiple divine feminine conscious attributes and powers. So connecting with Devi Parashakti, offering the Sahasra Nama Swarna Kasu, the gold coin offering, and awakening the multiple divine, manifesting her various Ananta Kalyana Gunas, her various divine attributes and qualities. So the Sahasra Nama Swarna Kasu, the gold coin, comes in 3 different denominations: $75, $151, and $251. And you can offer the gold coin offering to Devi Parashakti.
And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Mukta Anguti, which is the gold finger ring embedded with pearl. And this verse from Devi Suktam describes, let the goddess who brings fortune, who is praised by the gods, who is served by Devendra, who is praised by Devas, troubled by the Asuras, who is praised and remembered as devotion to her solves all, who is the source of all good in the world, let that goddess destroy all obstacles. So Devi is described as one who, just by devotion, just by her remembrance, she removes all the obstacles, and she even removes the obstacles and bestows her grace on the gods, the Devas, and the Devendra himself, and they sing her glory also. So you can make the offering of the Mukta Anguti, the gold finger ring embedded with pearl, and receive the blessings for protection from all dangers and fears in life. So you can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamela.com/savas.
The next offering we have to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, which is the golden lotus. The reference from the Hindu scriptures say, Siddhi Buddhi Prade Devi Bhukti Mukti Pradagini Mantra Murte Sada Devi Mahalakshmi Namostute. Devi who bestows accomplishments and intellect, who showers worldly prosperity. Devi who powers the subtle mantra of the cosmos, I bow to you, O Devi Mahalakshmi. Blessings for attracting positive relationships in personal and business dimensions. You can offer the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. And we have various references in the Hindu scriptures for the golden lotus. The lotus is considered a divine flower. And you can offer the Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. It comes in 3 different sizes: $600, $1,200, and $1,800. So offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, golden lotus, and attract positive relationships in personal and business dimensions. You can offer the Swarna Padma Pushpa by visiting the website www.kailasamela.com/savas.
The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Metti. This is the gold touring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. And in the Saundarya Lahari, it is described that Lord Brahma, the creator of Yor, selects a dust from your feet and creates he this world. The great Adishesha with his 1,000 heads somehow carries a dust of your feet with effort great, and the great Lord Rudra takes it and powders it nice and uses it as the holy ash. Even a grain of dust from the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti bestows infinite blessings on her devotees, and she is worshipped even by Brahma, Vishnu, and Rudra themselves. So you can make this offering of the Swarna Metti, the gold toe ring, to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, and be blessed for a life of leadership qualities. And you can register for this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas.
The next offering that we have for Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Mangtika, the golden hairline jewelry. And the reference in the Lalita Sahasranama says, Sudha Sarabhivarshini, which means Devi, who makes the nectar flow from the Sahasrara, the crown center, to the Agnya, the third eye or the brow center, and permeates through all the 72,000 nadis or energy centers to give us the ultimate experience of the cosmos. Receive blessings for an enlightened lifestyle. So the Swarna Mangtika, which is the golden headline jewelry, is $750, and you can offer the Swarna Mangtika by visiting the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas.
And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And this is one of the most sacred ritualistic offerings to Guru. In the Guru Ashtakam, Shankaracharya, Adi Shankaracharya beautifully sings, Yashome gatam dikshu dana pratapa jagadvastu sarvam kare yat prasadat manaschena lagnam gurorangri padme tatakim 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 tatakim. And the translation of this verse, it says, my repute has traveled in all directions through my philanthropy and prowess. All the things of this world are in my hands as rewards for my virtues. Yet if one's mind be not centered upon the lotus feet of the Guru, what then, what then, what then? And even in the Guru Gita, Paramashiva himself describes the glory of worshipping the Guru. He describes this beautifully to Devi Parashakti. And this is one of the most sacred offerings that every disciple yearns to offer, and it is one of the most cherished offerings. So if you would like to register for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, you can sign up on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and you can get to make this offering live on the Avatar Jayanti on the 28th of December, when we celebrate the birth star celebrations of the Avatar himself, the happening of the Avatar on this day. So the 45th Jayanti celebrations of the Avatar, you can register for this offering and be blessed to directly offer it to Guru on the day of his birth star celebrations. You can register on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And Jnanatma Swami, would you like to share something about Pratyaksha Pada Puja?
Absolutely, Ma. Actually, I just remembered, how Swamiji takes care of every aspect of our lives, and whatever we do, he is just there, not giving up on us and constantly guiding us and taking care of us. I remembered one of, in Tiruvannamalai around that same time, this was a very, very unique experience one of the sannyasis shared with me. So we were talking about the Kumbhabhishekam that happened in Tiruvannamalai, and Swamiji, and along with many of the disciples, we were there in Tiruvannamalai to witness the Kumbhabhishekam, right? So on that day, we had offered Annadan. So always, like in Tiruvannamalai, whenever the people gather, like for Paurnami, we have been offering Annadan with pure organic sattvic meals. And Swamiji always says the Annadan should have minimum 11 items, and most of the time we offer full 21 course meal for a Annadan. It will be like pure organic sattvic food prepared in the Adi, right? So it will be like literally whoever comes for the Girivalam. We always invite them to come into the ashram, have a full proper meal, and the prasad, offered food, the blessed food, and we offer it as an annadan. And we used to have volunteers come and take care of the whole festivities and annadan and all that. So on that day, the annadan started early in the morning. So maybe around like 3-4 o'clock in the morning, the annadan started. And the whole day the annadan was going on. And it went on till 11 o'clock in the night, 11-12 o'clock, because by then the people had stopped coming for the Girivalam. So around 1:30 is when Swamiji told us to go to the temple for witnessing the night, the Rathotsava. So we were all gone to the temple. Almost everybody, all the sannyasis and the devotees, everybody, we all got into the bus and left. And there was this one sannyasini who was in charge, one Swami who was in charge of the annadan. And she was there, and there was quite a bit of a food remaining. Typically in the Vedic tradition, you never waste food. So the annadan time was over, but still quite a bit of food was remaining. So she was wondering what to do. So then what happened is that night, around maybe 2 o'clock that night, Swamiji was coming out of the monastery to go to the temple, because Swamiji also wanted to come to the temple. So wanted to visit the temple. So as Swamiji came out of the monastery, like the hall, the building, Swamiji saw the annadan area. So he went and he saw the annadan area and the volunteers and whoever was there at the time, 2 o'clock in the night. And Swamiji asked, is there any, is the annadan food finished, or is there any food remaining? And this Swami who was in charge of the annadan at the time told Swamiji, no, Swamiji, we have like 2 or 3 huge drums of food that is still remaining. And so as Swamiji was getting into Swamiji's car to leave to the temple, Swamiji said, why don't you, instead of keeping it and wasting it here, come and bring it in the temple area and distribute it, because so many people will be there. So you can bring the food there and distribute it. And Swamiji gave this instruction, and Swamiji got into the car, and Swamiji's car left. So in the whole Adhinam, there is this one Swami, and that one bus that was remaining, one van or a bus that we had hired was remaining, the driver was there. Other than that, everybody has left. So now this Swami had to somehow transport this 3 huge drums of food into the vehicle and take it from the vehicle to the temple to distribute. So she called the driver, and very reluctantly at 2 o'clock in the night he came, and she got his help and moved the 3 huge drums of drums of food into the vehicle, and they were about to leave. But now they faced with another problem: how to distribute the food. Because in the Adhinam, the food distribution happens in steel plates. Now, if you are going to an outside location, of course, you cannot take the steel plates, because 1, they will be lost. 2, you cannot replenish it, right? There's no place to wash and all that. So you have to give in a use and throw plate, either in a donnai, like a leaf plate, or in a styrofoam plate or something. You have to get a use and throw plate and give, so people can eat and they can drop it in the trash and they can go. There was no use and throw plates in the Adhinam. So how is she going to distribute the food? People obviously will not get the food in the hand and eat in the road, because they have to wash and they have to do all these things. So now she's like, okay, it's 2 o'clock in the night. She has to somehow find a way to distribute the food and finish it off, because Swamiji has told and gone. And there is no other soul in the Adhinam other than this driver and her. And she doesn't have a means to serve the food, right? There's so many impossibilities that are there in the so-called reality that we see in front of us. Like so many reasons why it cannot happen on that day. But Swamiji said distribute. So she said, okay, Swamiji said, let me at least go try. She got onto the bus with the driver and they left. And they were thinking, okay, on the way, is there any shop that they can stop and they can buy the use and throw plates for the distribution? On the way, they are seeing of course, it's 2 o'clock in the night. Who's going to keep the shop open? And of course, the temple festivities, the whole town is in the temple area. All shops are closed. And as they were approaching the temple, there was one tea shop that was open. So she told the bus driver to park the bus close by on the street. She got down the bus and went to the tea shop. 2 o'clock in the night, maybe 2:30 by now. Went to the tea shop vendor, and he was keeping it open because people were, wanting to have some tea because it was late night, and they were wanting to be awake for the temple festivities. 2-3 people were there in the tea shop. She got down. She asked, do you have any use and throw plates? He said, I am only a tea shop owner. I don't have any such plates. So she was like, okay, now what to do? Right? She has to have some solution, but she doesn't know what the solution is. She doesn't know how to distribute. So as she was about to leave, there was one bike. She heard a bike sound. So somebody came in a bike, like a motorbike, something, and that person came and he was sitting in the bike and parked the bike in front of the tea shop, 2:30 a.m. in the night in Trivandrum. This person in the bike asks the tea shop owner. He said that somebody ordered about 2,000 use and throw plates, but they cancelled the order in the last minute. I have all those plates sitting for me. Do you know anybody who wants it? 2:30 a.m. in the night. This fellow goes to the exact same tea shop where Swami was standing and she was about to come and enter into the bus and asks this in the night. And this, Swami who was there, she just felt like, like, see, when you just follow the Guru's words, how things, Swamiji makes everything happen. You don't have to worry. You don't have to think how it is going to happen. Swamiji will make it happen. Our only thing is just to do what the Guru says. And it was such a huge experience for her. Instead of just staying in the Adhinam and saying, okay, I didn't have things, I didn't have the plates to go. When you take one step, take the next step, how things start aligning beautifully. So anyway, and that day, then she got the plates from him, and she was like, what is this? You are literally like Swamiji said, God sent. So she got all the plates, got it into the bus. She went to a bus stop or somewhere close to the temple, and they distributed all the food because the entire town was standing in the temple, right? So there were a lot of crowd, and everybody got the annadan, and the full food was, everything was completely served. But it was such a huge click for her, when you just do what Swamiji says, whatever seemingly impossible, seemingly impractical starts manifesting in our lives. So we have Paramashiva as our Guru, and Swamiji makes us experience, literally makes us experience everything. We just have to be in the space of listening to the Guru. And even recently, when we were sharing about how the humanity is feeling stuck and praying to the Navagrahas, even at the time, any kind of a malefic effect on the planets or anything can have any effect on us only when we do not listen to the Guru. When we listen to the Guru, when we just follow what the Guru says, things just start happening and manifesting in our lives. So just out of that gratitude, offering the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, saying, Swamiji, thank you so much for happening in our lives and manifesting every desire. The desire that we know, the desire that we have even forgotten that we had, everything Swamiji manifested for us by doing the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. So just offering our gratitude, Swamiji. The Pratyaksha Pada Puja is not to ask anything. If you want to ask anything, you can just, attend the free Kalpataru program that we have and get it. On the 25th of December, we are having that Kalpataru program. So you can just attend the Kalpataru program and you can, receive all the boons that you want. Pratyaksha Pada Puja is not for any boon or not for any prayer. It is just your gratitude. Thank you, Swamiji, for happening in our lives. Offering our gratitude in a ritualistic way is Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And as a disciple, the only emotion that we can have towards the Guru is gratitude. Thank you, Swamiji. Thank you for happening and taking care of us. So let us all offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. We do have online links where you can pay through the online credit card or a debit card as well. So it's very easy for you to register and offer on the 28th of December, that day when the super consciousness Paramashiva assumed a human body as Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam in the holy town of Tiruvannamalai. We are celebrating on the 28th of December. We are celebrating as a 21-day Brahmotsavam, starting the 18th of December till the 8th of January. And in that, on the 28th of December, we are having the Pratyaksha Pada Puja on the Avatar day. So we are having Pratyaksha Pada Puja, Tulabharam, special satsang. A lot of events are planned on that day, 28th of December, a day not to be missed by any disciple of the Supreme Pontiff. Deciding, let's all offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja and receive the grace and blessings on the very day when Swamiji landed on the planet Earth. So just wanted to share that. Amrita, would you like to add anything more?
Yes, ma'am. I think the Pratyaksha Pada Puja is too precious, too sacred, and I would say just register for this. If you have been a devotee, if you've been a disciple, if you've cherished having Swamiji as Guru, just go ahead and register for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, because it is too sacred and something that every disciple should experience. Yes.
Beautiful. So the Pratyaksha Pada Puja offering is $1,008. And you can visit www.kailasamailer.com/sevas to make the Pratyaksha Path Puja offering. So with that, we'll move on to the next offering. The next offering we have is offering of the Vastra Seva, the offering of the cloth offering to the master, to the Guru. Offering the Vastram, the clothes to the Guru, the dimension of the Cosmic Mother, during the Pratyaksha Path Puja, bestows one with the sweetest path to enlightenment with complete protection. So offering of the Vastra Seva to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it is done through the Pratyaksha Pada Puja ritual. So you will register for a Vastra Seva, you will attend and perform the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and in the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, your Vastram, cloth offering, will be offered to the Supreme Pontiff.
So here we have a summary of the various offerings. The e-hundi offerings, which you can offer in any amount and in multiple currencies. The Sankalpa, which is the conscious prayer to Devi Parashakti, you can register for this on the website. The Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu is the pure gold coin, each coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. The Mukta Anguti is the pearl fingering embedded with the gold fingering embedded with pearl. And the Swarna Padma Pushpa is the gold lotus flower. And you can make this offering in 3 different sizes. The overflowing nectar from the Sahasrara, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the Vastra Seva, the sacred offerings to Guru. You can register for all of these on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas.
We will now be taking you through a walkthrough of the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and ensure that you do enter the website address fully, because sometimes if you do not enter the www. Sometimes it does not lead you to the website. So ensure you enter it as www.kailasamailer, KAILASAMAILER, kailasamailer.com/sevas. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, I think we apologize for the technical glitch. There appears to be a glitch with the sharing of the video. We'll be back in just a few minutes as soon as the technical glitch is fixed.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become KAILASIans.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Nithyanandam, and welcome back, dear viewers. Really apologize for the technical glitch. And we were just showing you about the kailasamailer.com/sevas site, how you can go ahead and register for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the other offerings. So we'll be taking you through a walkthrough of the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas.
Yes, and as you scroll down on this page, you can find the links for the offerings to Devi Parashakti. And if you'd like to make an intention to make an offering, you can fill out the form on step 1. So you can click on the link on step 1 and fill out the intention form to receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti to manifest your intention into reality. And if you'd like to make an offering of the e-hundi, you can make the offering in multiple currencies and various amounts, any amount of your choice. So you can make the offerings in US dollars, Australian dollars, New Zealand dollar, Canadian dollar, euro, Indian rupee, Singaporean dollar, the Malaysian ringgit, the Great Britain pound, or the Chinese yen. So you can make an offering in any of these currencies and any amount of your choice. And you can also register for the various traditional ornaments and sevas to Devi Parashakti. So you can register for the Sankalpa chanting, the conscious resolution, the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu, which is the pure gold coin, each coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. You can register for this offering in 3 different denominations and any number of coins. The Mukta Anguti, the gold fingering embedded with pearl, you can register for this in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower, you can also offer in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Metti is the gold touring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. The Swarna Mangtika is the gold hairline jewelry that represents the overflowing nectar from the Sahasrara. And the Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Vastra Seva, the sacred ritualistic offerings of Seva to Guru. You can register for all of these offerings of ornaments and sevas, any of the ornaments to Devi Parashakti. You can register on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas.
And we have upcoming very exciting events coming up on the 20th of December. We have the Arudra day, and we are celebrating the Arudra that day when the calendars for the Devas start, and it is one of the 6 days of the year when the Nataraja has his Abhishekam. So a very, very, very auspicious day. The Arudra celebrations on the 20th of December. So we are going to be having a very special Nataraja Bhava Samadhi Darshan on 20th of December. So I'm sure we are all eagerly waiting for that. And on the 25th of December, we are having a Kalpataru, a global Kalpataru event where the program where Swamiji is going to bless us all to manifest the desires, whatever reality that we want to manifest. Manifesting that desire into reality is the Kalpataru program. So Swamiji is well known as a Kalpataru, means a wish fulfilling tree. So Swamiji is, as a Kalpataru, going to bless us all on the 25th of December, and then on the 28th of December is the grand Avatar Day celebrations, and the whole Jayanti, the Avatar Day celebrations, we are doing it as a 21-day Nithyanandotsava, starting on the 18th of December till the 8th of January, and the main Avatar Day celebrations on the 28th of December. So a day of festivities, celebrations, with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So we can all enjoy and experience the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and celebrate the very happening of the Avatar. And on the 19th of December, we are having the 19th of December happens to be a full moon day. And on that day, we are going to be having the Maheshwara Puja, which is an offering to the departed souls. So if any of you have not yet offered Maheshwara Puja, and you can offer it this time, this will be the last Maheshwara Puja of this year, and before we move on to 2022. So you can have a beautiful completion happening in you. Offer the Maheshwara Puja to all the departed souls in your family. Receive the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and receive the blessings and get an opportunity. See, Swamiji's Avatar Day is coming, and just before the whole Brahmotsavam is starting, and during that time, actually during the Brahmotsavam time, offering of the gratitude and offering of just food to the Avatar, just getting an opportunity to offer food to an incarnation can bring, it is equivalent to literally feeding, doing Annadan to the whole universe, whole cosmos. So that itself is the biggest punya that we can get. The biggest blessing is offering of a food to an incarnation, and the incarnation accepting the food offering and partaking the food offering. See, one side is, completion with the departed souls. But on the other side, as his disciples, just offering of food to Swamiji, especially during the 10-day Avatar Dinotsava, Avatar Brahmotsava, it's very, very, very unique. So that is the Maheshwara Puja offering, which is coming on the 19th of December, during Swamiji's Jayanti celebrations. So, and it's a full moon day. So let's all celebrate, offer fully our gratitude to Swamiji during these 21 days, connect with Avatar, and let us connect all our friends, family, relatives, everybody. Let us take this time to connect everyone to the Avatar. And we will now show you a walkthrough of, if you would like to register for the Maheshwara Puja, what are the steps that you need to take. Yes. We are not able to hear you, ma.
Yes, Nithyananda. Yes. So if you would like to register for the Maheshwara Puja, you can scroll down on the same page, www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and all the steps to register for the puja are detailed on the page. So if you would like to make an intention to register for the Maheshwara Puja at a later time, you can also submit the intention form on step 1. And if you'd like to register for this upcoming Maheshwara Puja, or if you have a specific date, the Maheshwara Puja happens every full moon day and new moon day. So the next full moon day celebrations is happening, the offering is happening on the 19th. So you can register on the link on step 2, where you can fill out all the details for yourself as the participant, and the names of all the family members or friends of family members for whom you're offering, who have left the body. You can fill out all the details on this link on step 2. And once you've filled out the details on step 2, you can also fill out the Sankalpa details, the details of the persons for whom you're offering the Maheshwara Puja, and the pictures or the astrological birth chart of the people who have left the body for whom you're offering the puja. So you can fill out the forms on step 3 and step 4. So you can register for the Maheshwara Puja on this website, www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and make this most sacred offering of the farewell rituals to the departed, completion with the departed souls in our family, any friends or family who have left the body. So it's a beautiful completion that is offered in the presence of the avatar himself. Yes, Dhyanatma Swami.
Yes, ma'am. Beautiful offering, and it's coming on the 19th of December. Whoever would like to register can go ahead and visit the website. So we have so many festivities happening, so many festivals coming up, so many celebrations coming up, and in the Vedic tradition, the Margari month is considered very, very auspicious. And in the Bhagavad Gita, he says, of all the months, I am Margari. Bhagavan Shri Krishna says. So the Margari month is very auspicious, and that is the time the avatar incarnated on the planet Earth. So in Kailasa, the whole month of December and January, we celebrate, and we invite each and every one of you to come and join us for the Avatar Day celebrations, which are happening and which are starting very, very, very shortly. So, and just to remind the upcoming events, on the 20th of December, we have the Nataraja Bhava Samadhi Darshan on the auspicious day of Arudra. And on the 25th, we have the Kalpataru blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Blessing is all. And we also have on the 28th of December, the Grand Avatar Day celebrations, where we will be having the Pratyaksha Pada Puja offering, the Tula Bharam offering, and a very special satsang message from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we are also celebrating the 3rd of January. The 3rd of January is the also the Nithyananda Day we celebrate in Kailasa. So a lot of festivities, lot of celebrations, and the whole 21 days as such itself we are celebrating as a Nithyananda Utsava, the eternal celebrations of Kailasa. So for all the Hindus all over the world, the time of celebration starts for us. So invite each and every one of you to come and join us for the grand Avatar Day celebrations of Kailasa and of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this segment. We'll be concluding with the Purna Mantra, and next we'll be leading on to watching and relaying to all of you the satsang delivered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We will now be concluding with the Purna Mantra.
Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tatsat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Om Nithyananda